All right, good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening. We are going to get started with our evening meeting. Thank you for joining us. My name is Devin T. Murphy. I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I now call the special joint meeting of the City Council and Planning Commission of March 28th, 2023 to order. Here with me, I also have our Planning Commission Chair, Ms. Ann Moriarty. You want to say a few words? Just to say hello? Wonderful. All right, well, our next item is our pledge. So if you are willing and able, please stand for the pledge.
One nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And moving down to item number 2 of the agenda, we do have our land acknowledgement. I'll read our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Thank you. We are now on item 3 of the agenda, which is the roll call and city clerk's report. Madam Deputy City Clerk Stone, good evening, if you will.
Good evening, Mayor. Mayor Murphy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Tate. I will note for the record that Councilmember Tate is absent. Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Here. Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
Chair Moriarty.
Present.
Vice Chair Martinez.
Here.
And Vice Chair Martinez, pursuant to AB 2449, this is now the appropriate time to give a general description of the circumstances regarding your need to appear remotely, be that emergency circumstances or just cause, and identify whether there's anyone in the room over the age of 18 with you.
So I am alone. and I have a disability whereby I cannot be in chambers and sit consistently for multiple, anything over 20, 25 minutes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Benzuelos.
Here.
Commissioner Benzuli. Note for the record that Commissioner Benzuli is absent. Commissioner Menace.
Here.
City Manager Murray
Here.
and Commissioner Current.
Yes, here.
Thank you. And I heard City Manager Murray, Assistant City Manager Mogg,
Present.
Community Development Director Whalen,
Present.
Planning Manager Hannum.
Present.
Mayor, council, and commissioners, the agenda was posted on Friday, March 24th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council or any of the commissioners have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, want to welcome everybody to the City Hall chambers. I know we oftentimes come in different meetings. It's great to see in the roundabout a lot of different faces. Some we usually see on the webinar and some that we see through other realms of the community. But welcome, everybody. It's great to be here. Wonderful. Item number 4 is our citizens to be heard, which is public comments. Citizens may speak on this portion on any item not listed on the agenda. So Deputy Stone, Deputy City Clerk Stone, do we have any public comments this evening?
Yes, Mayor, we do have one online. We have a telephone caller, last 4 numbers 5748. Can you please go ahead and identify yourself and your city of residence?
Yes, my name is Anthony, and I'm a longtime resident, senior citizen, and property owner of Pinole. And just to start on a housekeeping issue, and I hope I'm not being docked time for this because it should be on the city staff and or the council, not on my dime or time. Again, there's a failure to be open and transparent, to share the meeting webinar ID information on the screen, or even announcing it before your meeting as a standard protocol for meeting decorum in a professional manner. So there's no webinar telephone access number on the screen as we talk. It wasn't announced during the meeting, and that's limiting public access for engagement in your meetings. And I think you people should be ashamed of yourselves for not making it a regular thing. It's been brought up by several other people aside from myself at several meetings, the planning commission meeting, the city council meeting, and what have you. But getting down to some business now, since my clock's probably been running, I would like to ask again for a formal discussion or a future agenda item of positioning a satellite police station up and down somewhere on the Fitzgerald Drive corridor. And I think you can get police chief there to attest that we have high crime, both retail and public safety and traffic crime in that corridor area. And our assets would be better spent on having a satellite station over there for maybe a 1-year test, especially with the holidays coming up, the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, the new build out of all these stores and retailers who we want to protect, like Home Goods and Nordstrom Rack, etc. And the new Kmart property that's going to be built out. So the traffic and the crime is only going to skyrocket from this point moving forward. If you look on the police blotter, 3 out of 4 crimes, if not 60 to 80% of them that are reported and or probably unreported on the police blotter to the city are all in and or around related to Fitzgerald Drive. And so, you know, case in point, a few weeks ago, there was an incident up on Seamus Avenue. You had 4 patrol cars going up Seamus Avenue, breaking the speed limit with sirens going and lights flashing, thank God. 2 fire trucks, 1 EMS unit going up towards the middle of Seamus Avenue. And I happened to be going that way, and several people almost got run off the street. We don't want it to turn into another problem like they had in Rodeo with the Hercules police just the other night, where some guy was being chased through town and a speeding.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments this evening?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. Not hearing any or seeing any more, we'll close the public comment section for this meeting, or the first public comment section this evening. And we will go on to move down to item number 5. We have 4 presentations this evening. And that starts us off at 5A, which is the overview of City of Pinole land use policy and regulation documents. City Attorney Mogg, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, commissioners. I'll pause for a minute while the presentation gets put up there. I'm handling the first 2 items, and Lily's gonna handle the 2 much heavier lifts at the back end. But next slide, please. So just a quick overview. We'll start by doing a review of how land use policy works, in Pinole and throughout the state. An update on some new laws, housing laws that may have impacts in the city. Then talk about the updates on some of the major private developments that have come before the Planning Commission and North City Council in the last year and a half or so. And then an update on the general plan process, some of the elements that are being worked on right now. So with that, next slide, please. Next slide, we'll start with an overview of land use planning in the city. And I know many of you are deeply familiar with this already, but just as a recap, the land use policy in California, the legislature has delegated that authority or given that authority to cities and counties. And we'll talk about later, they're clawing some of that back, or a lot of that back, slowly but surely. But in California, there are a number of different, in the local city, just like in Pinole, there are a number of documents that control how development works. And so we'll talk about those sort of from the most important down to the least important. So the most important document is the city's general plan. That is that document has the overarching goals and policies for the city and how it is developed. It sets those high level goals. It sets high level policies, and it is supposed to and does control everything that's inferior to it, that's adopted underneath it, sort of to carry out that general policy. So in Pinole, there's a general plan, and then we also have a specific plan. And the specific plan is just like a general plan. It still has some, there's more detail, there's more information, but maybe not down to the granular level. But a specific plan generally has to do with or always has to do with a defined area. So in some larger cities, there may be, 10, 12, 15 specific plans that deal with different areas in the city. In Pinole, we have one specific plan, and that's the 3 corridors specific plan. And that identifies policies for the 3 main commercial corridors in the city, San Pablo, Appian, and Pinole Valley Road. And both of those documents, the general plan and the 3 corridor specific plan, are somewhat old at this point. They're sort of, I believe they were both adopted in 2010. And usually you might think of a general plan as having, a life of between, depending on where you are, maybe 15 to 20 years or so. Sometimes a little get updated faster, sometimes that falls behind. But that's the specific plan. So it implements the general plan in local areas. And then we have our zoning ordinance. That's part of the municipal code. That's where a lot of the detail is set. So general plan might say, this type of land use designation in these areas we are going to have a density of some amount and provide a wide range. And then the zoning code would have some of those more specific. It might establish a much narrower range. It would have, setback requirements, height requirements, some of which might be identified in the general plan, but sort of every potential requirement would be identified in the zoning code. And that's part of our municipal code. And then the last thing is sometimes we adopt design guidelines for specific areas that might be adopted by resolution that sort of supplement the zoning code and provide even more detail or sort of guidance on the types of projects we're looking for. Next slide, please. So general plan was adopted in 2010 and it has 9 elements and they're listed up there. And these elements respond more or less to the required elements under the state law. There are some differences, slight differences. So like you might see where it says sustainability, you might see in other cities, it might be called conservation or something like that. And since the time this was adopted, there are now the laws have changed about how some of these policies have to be identified and some of these elements have to be addressed. And that's what prompted some of the changes and updates that Lily will be talking about later. I do want to just point out the housing element that has the asterisks next to it, because I'm sure everyone up there knows that is the most important element in many ways, although the land use element is pretty important as well. But the housing element is on a different cycle. So whereas the city can theoretically, have its general plan, it can decide when to adopt the general plan, when to change it. A housing element is on a cycle where it has to be updated with all of the other regions and all the other jurisdictions in our region on a cycle. So we're going through that process right now. We'll have to do it again 8 years from now. And unlike all of the other elements, the housing element is the only one that requires review and oversight and approval from the state. And we have to get approval from the Department of Housing and Community Development for our housing element. And the housing element, among other things, identifies where Pinole is going to meet its share of the regional housing. Next slide, please. So this is the general plan land use map. I don't expect anyone to be able to read that small font, but you could see the differences and the different colors represent different land use designations, which in turn each allow different types of uses. So you'll see, the red, I believe, is commercial mixed use, whereas the yellow is single family. You just get a sense of where those are focused. Some of the more land use designations that have been focused on commercial or allowing commercial are along those major corridors. The less residential dense areas are back in the valley for the most part, although there's certainly single family zones throughout the city. And so that's just a general overview of the map. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of how land is broken down in the city. You can see a lot of uses. You have open space, parks, the bay lands that are part of the city. That's a big part. Suburban residential is sort of is the dominant zoning area for residential zones. So this is just to get these are rough estimates, just to give you a sense of how things are broken down. So the suburban residential, just so everyone's aware, and we'll talk about what this means on the next slide, but that has a density of between 1 and 10 units an acre, whereas the rural one has only 0.2 units per acre, and a high density residential is between 20 and 35 units per acre. So that's how many units you can build per acre under the city's land use and zoning policies. Next slide, please. So this is to give you a sense of what those numbers mean in perspective. So rural, 0.2 units per acre. That means you're sitting on, if I'm doing quick math, I think, you got a 5 plot of land, you can only put 1 unit on it, a 5-acre unit. Suburban residential, that's the dominant residential designation in the city. You can see sort of more classical single family homes, not huge lots, but not lots that are, crammed right on top of each other. Whereas medium density, you start to see as we go up to 10 to 20 units an acre, that's a little more dense. It might still accommodate single family homes, but they're closer together. Less dense townhomes might be there, or, we don't have row houses here, but that might be something, that sort of thing. Whereas you see as you go up the lane, as you get to more density, higher density, you're really talking about apartment buildings, taller apartment buildings, because if you have high density, you can't really accommodate that density without going up. So next slide, please. And this slide just demonstrates some of that, what those houses might look like in another thing. You see, 10 units an acre, that can still accommodate some type of single family home in most cases. Whereas once you get to 20 units, you're really talking about townhomes, row homes, maybe small apartment buildings. And then of course, if you go all the way up to 50 units an acre, there's no way to accommodate that without, a multi-story apartment building. Next slide, please. And then this is a slide that I'm sure all of you have seen before in previous conversations, but just one thing that will get talked about later tonight and throughout the night is affordable housing. And so when we talk about affordable housing, we are talking about, for the most part, housing that is rented or sold at affordable prices to households with qualifying incomes. And those incomes are set based on the area median income. And HCD determines that every year for Contra Costa County. And the typical way to look at that might be the median income for a family of 4, which is certainly not the only household that exists, but it's a relatively common household size. So median would be someone who's at that median. Someone would be considered low income if their household income is less than 80% of that value. Someone would be very low if they're below 50%. And moderate income would be, between 80 and 120% AMI. And in recent years, there have been some other categories that have been created a little higher than 120% of AMI, but usually when you go above 120, we're just talking about market rate housing. And just so everyone knows, sometimes, you hear these numbers and you have one thing on your mind, but median income has really gone up throughout the Bay Area in the last few years. And so a median income for a family of 4 in Contra Costa County, and the most recent data available is over 140,000. So when you're talking about someone who's low income, and part of that is, Contra Costa County is a very diverse place with areas that have low socioeconomic neighborhoods and very, exclusive wealthy areas. So this median reflects both of that. But housing that is affordable to low income, that's reserved for low income, that could be a family of 4 with an income. Can't do the math off my head, but let's say 120,000. It might be 2 teachers or something like that. So who fall within that range. So with that, next slide. Now I would pause for any questions and turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. So first we'll start off this evening with questions from the Planning Commission. I'll start with Chair Moriarty.
Actually, I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Of course. Vice Chair Menace? Commissioner Menace, excuse me.
Oh, sorry, whether you were addressing me or Vice Chair Martinez. I have just a couple of questions. First off, going backwards for the affordable housing slide, do we have the median income for Pinole for 2022?
I don't believe we have. We looked into that.
Secondly, going back to the general plan land use designations, I note that 50% is noted down for transportation. Is that just the raw surface area that roads take up in the city, or does it also account for spaces like the West Cat yard and other things like that?
I think the West Cat Yard would be part of there, I believe there was a tab there for government. And I think the West Cat Yard would be public institutional. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the transportation is the roads. It's strictly the roads.
Yeah. And then the West Cat Yard would probably, my guess is would be under the public institutional.
Yep, it's under the public quasi institutional zoning.
And at this point, I think it'll probably be the appropriate time for me to make my usual ex parte announcement that I sent out a message about this meeting ex parte to my email list and get a replies back about it.
Thank you. Mr. Menace, does that conclude your questions and comments?
Yes, for this particular sub item.
All right. Thank you again. Vice Chair Martinez.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Current.
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Benuelos.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll go to council for questions. Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
No questions.
All right. Council Member Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Assistant City Attorney Mogg, for your presentation. I'm wondering if over the years, or perhaps later in our presentation here, we can talk about the trends that have been noticed as there has been less discretion allowed for local jurisdictions with regard to where construction occurs. I get the question from constituents where they may not be aware of what the state's involvement is and how it affects local staff's ability to determine one way or another what may be built in the city. So in taking a look at the different densities areas, what I have noticed, and I'd like to find out if I am making an accurate observation, is that at least since 2017, the attempt by state legislation and legislators has been to create greater opportunities for developers to build in what we would regard as the suburban residential areas of Pinole, which is where the majority of single family homes are. Is that an accurate observation? And then that's sort of like the one layer of my question. And then the other was about where it may be that there is opportunity for even more.
Yeah, so I great question, Councilwoman. I would say that the state has made it easier to build certain types of projects in a single family neighborhood. But I would also say they've really pushed to make it easier to build everywhere, in commercial areas and high density areas. And we'll talk about briefly a little later some of the laws that have allowed that. You know, most of the big projects that have come through recently in Pinole all have requested density bonuses that allow them to, one way or another, either go above the minimum density that's allowed and the maximum density that's allowed for an area, or perhaps to waive or excuse themselves from certain other standards. Maybe they're complying with the density, but they aren't complying with the setback requirement or something. So those laws have really been used more and more in Pinole and throughout California.
Director Whalen, did you want to add to that? No. Okay. So I am going to paraphrase a question that may seem silly, but perhaps exaggerates the situation that local jurisdictions find themselves in. The question is this: given the state given our state's legislation and the increased potential for building construction, residential construction to occur in any type of area in a city, could it be as simple as if I had a single family dwelling, I could raise that where it's now located in a suburban residential area of Pinole and build my own set of apartments regardless of height? What would keep me from doing that?
So, depending on where you're zoned, I mean, you could get a ministerial permit to demolish your home, and then it would depend on your zoning. You might be able to, if it's limited to 4 units an acre, and even if you get 100% density bonus, that still caps you out at 8 units an acre, right? So while the state has increased stuff, there are still limits on what could be built. You might, I mean, and it depends. Are you doing an apartment building? Are you might not view it different if you do sort of, we'll talk about later, SB9 and lot split and what's not, I wouldn't consider that an apartment building, but you might still end up with 4 units on a lot that used to be a single family lot. So there's definitely ways for dramatically increased density in single family neighborhoods. I don't know that in most situations it would result in sort of major high-rise apartment buildings.
Fair enough. We'll hear more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sasai.
None for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just one question. Can you talk about the zoning policy? How has our city in the past decided that? It seemed like 2010 was the last time we referenced it. Can you talk about that process? And can you also elaborate more about how cities today are, especially given your recent comments, how cities today are looking at their own zoning ordinances and what that process looks like?
Yeah, and I wasn't part of that 2010. I think we have commissioners who can speak that, but it was similar to a housing element in some way. Public process that you go through that gets adopted eventually by the city council, and then the zoning code to implement that. And even though those were adopted in 2010, you've seen throughout the years there have been amendments. Issues come up where the city wants to tweak something. Sometimes it's a major change, sometimes it's a minor change, but that's happened. I think that usually happens a couple times a year where we end up changing something to add a use that maybe isn't allowed in the zone, but we decide it's allowed. Or there was a few years ago when the council, to facilitate the 811 San Pablo project, allowed house up to 100% residential on commercial mixed use if it provided affordable housing and community benefits. So there's been, the changes along the way are generally council directed that a change happened.
And then given the time frame, it's been 13 years since we've approved our first I guess comprehensive zoning ordinance. I know since then there's been a bunch of changes in our city, and we've obviously dealt with a pretty incredible pandemic. So what does that process look like to consider if we did as a city want to move forward that way?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the council can direct a wholesale update of the zoning ordinance if you see fit. We do have an opportunity coming up in the next year here. We'll be looking at our zoning ordinance, our specific plan for opportunities to make subjective standards. And in that process, our team also has been capturing areas of the zoning ordinance that we've made interpretations over the years or potential inconsistencies. So we'll be probably bringing those forward at the same time to make those changes. Depending on the amount of changes that we're proposing, we might want to look at a wholesale look at the zoning ordinance. But that is something that the council can direct.
Okay, thank you. All right, any more questions from the Planning Commission nor the City Council? I'll take it back to Deputy City Clerk Stone for public comment on this item? Are there any comments?
No, Mayor, there are no public comments.
All right, thank you so much. Well, in that case, I'll take it back to City Attorney Mock to wrap up. If you have any final comments on this presentation.
No.
All right.
Mayor, thank you.
All right. Any other final comments from the council or the planning commission? Not seeing any, we'll go back to City Attorney Mogg for item 5B, which is the overview of major recent state housing laws, SB 9, SB 6, AB 2011, and AB 2097.
Well, as this, the PowerPoint goes back up, Mr. Mayor and Council and Commission. The first slide we're going to talk about, we're not going to dwell on these. It was the last PowerPoint, I think just the next slide after that question slide. This is the wrong PowerPoint. I think the old PowerPoint was the correct one. It was just the next slide in the previous PowerPoint. Thank you. We'll touch on some laws that you've gotten presentations on before, but just as a reminder. So we mentioned earlier the density bonus law that allows a housing project when it has a certain level of affordable housing in it to get a density bonus, which means it can go above the density otherwise allowed by the city's code. Thank you. I think if you go to the next slide. Yeah, perfect, right there. Thank you so much. And also to waive certain other standards. There's setbacks, open space, those types of things in order to facilitate that housing. SB 35, we haven't had a project on SB 35 in Pinole yet, but that creates a ministerial streamlined approval process, which means it would just be handled by staff. It wouldn't come to the planning commission or city council. Staff would look, do you meet the requirements in SB 35? Do you meet our applicable objective standards? And if so, it would approve it. And streamline means it happens pretty fast, 60 days perhaps process. And so we haven't had projects here. Some of our neighbors have had those types of projects, but we haven't had any here. Housing Accountability Act and SB 330 are closely related. The one thing I'll just mention, the Housing Accountability Act prohibits the city from denying or approving at a lower density a housing project that complies with the city's objective standards. So there may be projects in the past or in the future where it come before you, but you don't have discretion to deny the project. You only have discretion to, to oversimplify things, sort of tinker around the edges with the project. And then ADU laws. The state has made it much easier to build accessory dwelling units, or what's known as the junior accessory dwelling unit on single family lots, such that, that's also a ministerial streamlined process. If you meet the city's requirements, some of which are dictated by state law, you get approved very quickly, and it could, you can add that second, third unit onto a home that exists. So, next slide, please. So SB 9, next slide, please. SB 9 was a law, got a lot of fanfare last year when it passed, and sort of heralded as the end of single family zoning in California, which in some ways may be true, but in other ways was maybe a bit of an exaggeration. So SB 9 requires ministerial approval. So again, no discretion. If you meet the standards, you have to be approved of a 2-lot subdivision and or 2 units per lot. So you can have, if you have a lot, you could decide I'm going to divide it into 2 and put 1 unit on each lot, or you might decide I'm going to put 2 units on each lot, or you might not subdivide at all and you might just put 2 units on the lot you have. All of those would be allowed. This is for projects that meet certain criteria that is specified in the law, and the lots must be in single family residential zone. So for example, our suburban residential district would apply, as zones have to get upzoned to meet other requirements of the state. That also limits this law's application because it doesn't apply in multifamily zones, for example. Next slide, please. So it's prohibited in certain sensitive areas, wetlands, earthquake faults, high fire severity zones, but all of these laws have these same sensitive areas are identified in other laws as well, particularly SB 35, but each one of them sort of has a rule where you're not allowed, but you can be involved if, there's sort of an exception to the rule. So for high fire severity zones, for example, the prohibition does not apply if the site is excluded from the hazard zone by the local agency, or if the site has adopted fire hazard mitigation measures. So that might be complying with, the enhanced fire protection measures in the fire code. Next slide, please. So the state didn't want this law to incentivize demolition of, naturally occurring affordable housing or residential homes. They didn't want, I think their idea is they didn't want this to lead to, developers coming in, buying a single family home, raising it and building 4 units. So, you can't deed restricted affordable housing, rent controlled housing. You can't be demolished or have significant alteration. If a house was on the market, was a rental unit, but it was withdrawn from the rental market in the last 15 years, or was occupied by renters in the last 30 years, neither of those situations can be used. Those units can't be demolished. Now, that doesn't mean you can't use the law at all. So if you have a tenant that occupies your home, you may be still able to do a lot split. You're not demolishing that tenant occupied home, and on the new lot that's created, build 2 new units. But this does put some limitations on this application. Next slide, please. So the law, we talked about the general rules of the general statement, 2 lots and 2 units on each lot, potentially 4. But the law does have some requirements built in, some standards. So when you do a subdivision, you have to make sure each lot is at least 1,200 square feet, and the subdivision has to be roughly proportional. So 40%, the smaller of the 2 has to be at least 40% of the original lot. So if you have a 5,000 square foot lot, you split it in 2, the smaller lot has to be at least 2,000 square feet. And once you subdivide, you can't subdivide again, repetitively. And adjacent parcels can only be subdivided if the owners are independent. They can't be working in concert together. So basically that's intended to prevent a developer from buying, 2 homes that are next to each other and doing it like that. But it doesn't prevent, 2 property owners who, don't have a financial relationship and both decide they want to move forward with this, doesn't prevent them from doing that. Next slide, please. So subdivision requirements, the city still has some control. It can require, easements for access and public services. And, for example, if your lot is split so that into front and back, the city can require an easement so that the back house has access to the public street. But normally when a subdivision is approved, the city has a lot of authority to require certain types of dedications for right of way, for other, making offsite improvements, improve the nearby sewer system, things like that. That's not allowed for this type of subdivision. The city doesn't have any of that authority. Next slide, please. So an agency can adopt objective standards and may impose objective standards. But with limitations. So just one thing is the standards cannot physically prevent an 800 square foot unit. So no standard, if a standard we adopt prevents an 800 square foot unit from being built, or 2 800 square foot units from being built rather on a lot, we can't enforce that. So you can imagine with a 2,000 square foot lot. If we had, a requirement for 50% lot coverage or something like that, you just couldn't physically put 2 800 square foot units there and comply with that requirement. So we wouldn't be able to enforce that requirement. Maximum setbacks of 4 foot from rear and side yards. No setback if the unit is constructed within the footprint of an existing structure. You tear down the garage and build a unit in that place. And these are all things that apply to ADUs also. So there's not that much of a change here. But one thing to point out is it's not law now, but there is some proposed legislation to say a city can't adopt standards that are unique to SB9 projects. A lot of cities have done that. And there's proposed legislation saying, your standards need to apply uniformly throughout the zoning district. So if you say, 50% lot coverage for SB9 for single family homes, you can't require suddenly for projects with SB9, 75% lot coverage, or any other type of requirement that doesn't apply uniformly. That's not law at this moment, but it's a proposed change. Next slide, please. So rental restrictions. We can prohibit short-term rental of these units. If an application, for subdivisions, we can require the applicant to submit an affidavit that they intend to live there for 30 years. That the application, usually an applicant is the property owner, but sometimes, it's possible for a property owner to authorize a tenant to apply, to submit the application. And they have to sign an affidavit that they intend to live there for 3 years. That's really unenforceable. First, they're just saying they intend to live there. So if some circumstances change and they move, that's not a violation. They're only violating if the city can somehow prove like you knew you weren't going to live there for 3 years at the time you signed this declaration. But certainly we can prohibit short-term rental of these units. Next slide, please. And there's parking requirements, maximum of 1 parking spot per unit, no parking in certain areas. That's very similar to the ADU requirements. So there are parking limits, normally we would not be able to apply the same parking requirements that we would apply normally to a new single family home being developed. Next slide, please. And JADUs and ADUs, can be built with these. There are some limitations where depending on the order you build in, do you subdivide first and then build the JADU, you may run up against some limits. But generally you would say, 1 ADU, you get 2 units per lot, whether that's an ADU or a JADU or a SB9 unit, it's 2 units per lot if you subdivide. If you don't subdivide, it's potential, just like it is now, that you might have 3 units on the lot, if you do a combination of those things. Next slide, please. So SB9 regulates local, it's a planning and zoning law that regulates the city's authority. It does not regulate or preempt, at least as of today, HOA rules, CC&Rs, those types of things. Private, those are private agreements. They're not enforced or by the city. The city is not a party to those. Those parties can still enforce those requirements. That may change in the future. For example, the state has put out, adopted laws preventing HOAs from enforcing CC&Rs related to certain types of ADUs. So it wouldn't surprise me if that changed in the future. One thing to note is currently, at least, ADUs get a lot of exemptions from city fees, impact fees, sewer connection fees, things like that, either waived completely if they're under a certain size or limited proportionally limited if they're above a certain size. SB 9 doesn't have any of that limitation language in it. So as of today's date, a project would be eligible, would be subject to the city's full fees for an SB 9 project. The legislature might change that in the future, or the city could also direct that be changed in the future if the council wanted to encourage the development of the projects. So that granted, it's only been a year, but there hasn't been much SB 9 projects developed yet in the city or state. I think the city just received its first application. And part of that may be the fee issue, part of it, there may be other issues. And also, a lot of these units aren't that different from an ADU. And so it may be that people are just going through the ADU process, in a community like Pinole, where there aren't gigantic lots, where there's really, in most cases, a big lot that you might want to subdivide or build houses on. If you want an extra unit, you may just go through the ADU process. I would note that that's sort of how it started with ADUs too. In the first year, there weren't many applications. As people sort of looked into it, started, you usually got to get financing, you got to do a bunch of stuff, decide where you want it. But a lot of times these aren't professional developers, so they're not sitting there on January 1st ready to go. They hear about it, they think about it, they consider their finances. So even without any changes in the law or changes by the city, I would expect at least some pickup in this in the next couple of years as people get comfortable with it. Next slide, please. Oh, one thing to mention before we move on. There is a revised housing element that the Planning Commission saw last night and that the City Council will see next week. There is a program in it identifying a new program to assist applicants with SB 9 projects. And so there are sort of three broad sort of implementation things identified with that. One is just new materials to highlight this law and the opportunities, the process for potential applicants. And the goal is to get those application material, those informational materials done this year. A new streamlined application process for a subdivision. Right now, the subdivision applications, don't want to say burdensome, but it's geared towards a bigger subdivision than these 2-unit subdivisions that this law authorized. So the program identifies that in the first quarter of 2024, by that point, there will be a new streamlined application for those SB 9 projects, subdivisions, and then the next year, the following year, by 2025, enactment of a zoning ordinance to adopt some of those objective standards to streamline the process of developing these. And I don't think I mentioned it here, but I'm sure in other presentations you've heard me say, what's the difference between subjective and objective? So objective standard is a standard that's uniformly verifiable and requires no discretion or judgment. So we say 16 feet tall. Every person can go out there with their ruler and measure, is this shorter or taller than 16 feet? Everyone should get the same result. Subjective is something that requires, personal judgment. Two people might come to different conclusions. So a requirement that a building not be taller than the surrounding buildings. What does taller mean? Does it, if something's 1 inch taller, is that taller? If something is, 10 feet. A classic example is of a subjective requirement would be a requirement that the project, conforms to the community character, right? Two people could look at the same project and reach completely different opinions on that matter. And you'll see objective standards are a big part of the state's push. And the idea there is that it gives certainty to applicants. it takes away some discretion from decision makers. You know, they have the discretion for the most part, or at least some discretion to decide those standards. But once they've decided those objective standards, the state wants local jurisdictions to honor them. So if you say that you can build a project that's 100 feet tall, you got to approve a project that comes in and is less than 100 feet. So AB 211 and SB 6. Next slide. These, you may have seen that this year, the legislature passed a major law that will have, you know, some potentially far-reaching implications, and it allows housing on sites where office, retail, or parking are principally permitted use. And what is a principally permitted use? A principally permitted use is a use that may occur on more than 1/3 of the square footage of a site without a conditional use permit. So if a site has mixed use zoning and it's mostly residential, but you're allowed to go, you know, up to 49% office, that would be considered a site where it's commercially, where it's a principally permitted use. These projects can happen on sites that are adjacent to sites with industrial uses. So that does provide some limitations, but otherwise it's potentially very broad. Next slide, please. I will note, and we'll talk about it later, while the law is very broad, the two laws have sort of a lot of requirements in it that makes it at times difficult to figure out what their exact impact is, because it's hard to know. You really have to take a project and go through all of the requirements before you can really know would this be eligible or not. So there are two different laws. So AB 211 creates a streamlined ministerial approval process for projects that are either 100% affordable to lower income households, or they're along commercial corridors. And a commercial corridor is a street or area with right of way that's between 75 and 150 feet wide. So our major commercial streets would fall within that bucket. Streamlined ministerial, that's the SB 35 process we talked about earlier, right? It wouldn't come to the city council or planning commission for any type of approval. It would be handled by staff and it has to be handled processed quickly. And also, important thing to mention and to point out is that CEQA, the state's environmental review law, that applies to discretionary decisions. You're supposed to study the impact on the environment of discretionary decisions made by the city. So if the city has no discretion, if a project's ministerial, CEQA doesn't apply and there's no environmental review done. Projects for AB 2011 have to have a minimum density of 30 units an acre. So we're talking about, you know, apartment buildings, but there are higher minimum densities. They're sort of depending on how big your site is, how much frontage you have, there may be a higher minimum density required. Next slide, please. For SB 6, it doesn't create any special approval process, but it's still subject to the Housing Accountability Act that we talked about earlier, where the city can't deny a project that complies with all of the adopted objective standards. And if a project is on a residential project that's on, even if our zoning says it's commercial, if they're utilizing this law, we would consider that consistent with the city's zoning as to that issue. This would be subject to CEQA review. Projects similarly have a minimum density requirement. That minimum density requirement is different depending on the city you're in. So more suburban jurisdictions, outside the Bay Area, outside the major metropolitan areas, you may not have, it may be 20 units an acre, for example. Next slide, please. So for both of these laws, projects still have to comply with a lot of requirements. For some types of requirements, and when we're talking about requirements, we're talking about setbacks, lot coverage, those types of things. For some of those standards, the law specifies a requirement. It might directly in the law. For other standards, the requirement might be taken from something the city has adopted. So for example, maximum density, it's not specified directly in the law. You know, the minimum density, 30 units an acre, that's explicitly specified. But for maximum density, SB 6 says you're subject to the maximum density in the local zoning district that allows the minimum density. So we would look what area in the city allows 30 units an acre and apply those standards. For AB 211, it's the closest zone that allows multifamily residential at the minimum density required. So there are a lot of those within the law. So it's hard. There's not an easy checklist. You sort of have to go, are you complying with AB or using SB 6? Are you using AB 211? And even within AB 211, the standards are different sometimes if you're the 100% affordable project to the project on a commercial corridor. So it's hard to, this law might have zero impact on Pinole for projects that are utilizing SB 6, and it might have major impacts for projects, you know, utilizing AB 211. Sort of hard to predict at this point what impacts may be. Next slide. One reason that the impacts could be limited is that projects, if you're utilizing either one of these requirements, you have to pay prevailing wage, which are essentially, you know, high union standard wages, more or less, that are set by the Department of Industrial Relations. AB 211 projects have to provide certain healthcare benefits, and SB 6 projects must use a skilled and trained workforce, which essentially means, this is oversimplification, but workers who have gone through a union apprenticeship program. So more or less, you're talking about using union employees on a project that requires a skilled and trained workforce. So those increase the cost of projects a lot. So you might see a project, you know, someone might be able to take advantage of this law on, you know, our RMU zoning, where we say you're allowed up to 49% commercial. They could take advantage of this law. But if they do, they're going to be subject to these labor requirements. Whereas if they go through the city's normal process, they may not. And it just, you know, if there's no way to predict, you know, how projects might pencil out, it could be whether the city's, you know, moving expeditiously through the normal process. They may say, fine. If it's, you know, in a community that's throwing up a lot of roadblocks, they may decide to say, well, it's worth, you know, it will be cheaper to just pay the prevailing wage and go that route. Next slide, please. So AB 2097, this is the last law. It have major implications in some areas. At some point in the future, it may have impacts in Pinole, but as of right now, it doesn't. And this is the law you may have read about that eliminates parking minimums, but it doesn't eliminate parking minimums statewide. What it does instead and say the city can't require parking be provided for residential, commercial, or other development located within 1/2 mile of public transit. And there's a way to make findings and still impose a parking requirement. But the default, you know, that there's strict standards and the default is in most situations, you wouldn't be able to impose a parking requirement if you're within 1/2 mile of public transit. So what is public transit? It's defined in the law as either rail or bus rapid transit stop. So, you know, a BART station would qualify. A ferry terminal that's also served by a bus or rail. Major transit stops that are identified in a regional transportation plan, or the intersection of two bus lines that have 15-minute headways during commute hours, meaning the buses come every 15 minutes. So as of today, none of these exist in Pinole. It's possible, you know, Westcat bus headways, those might change in the future, but as of today, none of these exist. So the law doesn't really have any application as of now, but it might at some point in the future. And with that, next slide, please. I turn back to you, Mr. Mayor, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We'll start with the Planning Commission first, and I'll work backwards this time. Commissioner Benuelos.
Let me go back to my notes here.
And you may want to turn your mic on or speak into it.
It's on, I just missed it.
Okay.
Um. I do a lot of ADUs. You know, if you, that's the council, I'm an architect. So, I see that other cities kind of fiddle, be the best way to put it, with some of the state laws. Kind of wondering, how they get by with that, or they're just not caught. I know that, some cities started out having these massive development fees. Like Orinda and Moraga both had $15,000 development fees at first until the state said no more development fees. So is there, I was just kind of wondering, I'll go back to I'm starting to rattle off here, but how do they do that?
Well, so the ADU laws do allow some objective standards that the city, we have an ADU ordinance, we have some requirements in there that, we decided to adopt that are consistent with state law. But the reality is, each CD is not out there, can't police everything. And, if you're just a regular, the city has adopted an ordinance and is enforcing an ordinance that conflicts with state law, and you're a regular developer, you may not know that it's against law, or you may, the city can't impose if state law says the city can only impose a 4% a 4-foot setback, and the city tells you to do a 5-foot setback, you may just decide, well, I could fight this and spend time and money fighting this. Or if you have the right lot for it, you may just say, oh, I'll just push it back and deal with it.
That's a pretty specific one, because I actually go for the 5-foot, because at 4-foot, you have firewall rules and limited area of windows allowed on that wall. So there are some cities that are sticking directly with that. Otherwise, you have to go through some program which they don't identify what that is if you want to do something more than the minimums.
And
it's backwards.
Right. And if you, reach out to HCD, they may send a meanly worded letter to the city saying, we hear you're doing X. I know a lot of cities have gotten those and being told, don't do that. But it's not, and they have the right to enforce these laws. They have the right to refer to the Attorney General. You could get sued by the Attorney General. He has sued occasionally really bad actors on ADU laws or SB 9 laws. But I think, HCD and the Attorney General both have limited resources. So, to use an example that's in the news, like their priority is more on, a city that just says we're not going to follow any law than a city that might say we're sort of gonna hush hush force you to comply with an objective standard that's not allowed. And we certainly have adopted standards, that we think meet the city's needs that are allowed by state law.
If I could also add to that too, during the housing element cycle, every 8 years, especially now, HCD is looking at cities' adopted ADU ordinances, which are required to be sent to the state after a city adopts them, and flagging issues and putting that in the letter to cities that they need to include programs to rectify.
Yeah, because there are some cities still don't have an ordinance. Martinez just barely started trying to figure theirs out. So, you eventually answered some of the questions that I had brewing, so I'm gonna turn it over to somebody else.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Current?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of quick questions. When you were talking about objective standards, one of the items that you had was standards cannot physically prevent 800 square feet unit. Is that a minimum or a maximum?
That is, that's a minimum. So we can't maybe that's the maximum. We can't, we need to allow someone to build at least an 800 square foot unit.
Okay.
So if it prevents them from building 900, that's fine, but it can't prevent them from building 800.
Okay. And my other question is about when you had the slide SB 6 and AB 2001, where it says the new laws allow housing on sites where office, retail, or parking are principally permitted use. Thinking of the Kmart site, which was a commercial use, I know that we had to do some emaciations to be able to justify that for residential, but it seems that this law would now automatically say, hey, we can build residential and commercial by right.
Correct, on all of those commercial areas up on Fitzgerald. Now, you'd have to comply with all of these requirements and
Yes.
setback and other stuff, you know.
Of course.
If you would believe the representations of the developer for that project, for example, like paying prevailing wage would have made the project fall apart. Is that true or not? You know, don't
Yeah.
know, but yes, it's possible.
Okay, well, thank you. Those are my only two questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Menace?
One moment while I flip back to the start of this segment. Because I think I did have some questions back closer to the beginning. Oh, yes. So on the important laws from previous year's slide, SB 35, what sorts of things are covered by it? And SB 330, I don't think we discussed that elsewhere in here. So what does SB 330 do?
Yeah, so just very briefly, SB 35 is for residential projects or mixed use projects. They have to have an affordable, if they're above 10 units, they have to have a affordable component of 10%, some either 10 or 20, I can't remember off the top of my head, but a small component. And there's a bunch of other requirements they need to meet, including paying prevailing wage. SB 330 does a whole lot of things. One thing is it allows you to lock in under the Housing Accountability Act. We said you can't deny a project that meets the city's objective standards. Used to be you judge the objective standards at the time a complete application was submitted. Now you judge them against the standards that are in place when a preliminary application is completed, which still a preliminary application still has a lot of information in it, but it's not quite a full application. And SB 330 does a whole lot of other miscellaneous things. There's requirements on how many 5 hearings, for example. If a project meets the city's objective standards, you can only have 5 hearings of any type: workshop, city council, planning commission. So there's a number of other, I'll say, smaller things it does as well.
If I could also add to that, development impact fees are locked in at the time of preliminary application submittal. And then I'll just mention that the Appian Village project was a SB 330 project.
Commissioner Menace, did you have any other questions?
Yes, I have other questions. I was just finishing writing that down. I noticed on the parking restrictions slide, right after the one that was discussing rental restrictions under SB 9, that there was a maximum of 1 parking spot per unit within 1 block of a car share vehicle. And I don't think I recall that being the case in prior discussions of SB 9. Was that the case previously? And I just am not recalling it properly.
It was, and it's also an exception for ADUs. And there's a specific definition in the state law about how that, what qualifies. If you go park the car out temporarily in front of the home, that obviously doesn't qualify. So there are some rules, but that's not something new.
Let's see, so then we're discussing SB 6 and AB 2011. It seems like, to reference back to the earlier discussions about the Kmart project, a lot of the time projects would be able to simply use density bonuses to get the changes that they want, rather than go through the SB 6 or AB 2011 process. So why would a developer choose to use that and take on the additional burdens of, for example, prevailing wage, skilled and trained workforce, healthcare benefits, compared to just saying, oh, we're going to build at a higher density, which means we get more profit and we don't have to do all this stuff.
Well, so you can use the density bonus still with an SB 6 or AB 211 project. So you could still use the density bonus there. You also might, if you qualify for AB 211, ministerial streamlined approval, which means you don't have to go through CEQA. That saves a lot of time and money for a developer. So it may potentially, depending on how long a city might take, it's possible it offsets the cost, or at least the significant cost of the prevailing wage. Also, the density, the Kmart project was able to use that because residential wasn't allowed use, was already a permitted use on that site. There were some conditions of how the code anticipated that would be used, up to only 49%, but multifamily was a permitted use. Whereas on some commercial sites, many commercial sites, residential is not a permitted use at all. So that wouldn't be an option for you to go propose a project and do a density bonus unless you went through AB 11 or SB 6.
And I can also add to that. So the site right next to the Kmart site, the Best Buy site, that's regional commercial, right, Dave? Yeah, and so that would not allow residential as currently zoned.
Though, if I'm not mistaken, I think we were also discussing another law in this set that said that I think up to 49% of certain kinds of units would allow basically for rezoning as residential, commercial, parking, so on. I forget the exact one, but I recall that was one of the things that was explicitly flagged. All right, it was these, so that's why I was confused about it. So that's how it sort of overlaps. This is basically the rule that lets that sort of override take place.
Correct.
Got it. Then let's see if I have other questions. AB 2097 said that the public transit requirement was intersection of 2+ bus lines with 15-minute headways. When it's considering headways, does it also consider the reliability of those headways, or does it just consider the stated timeline?
Published headways.
Because I could definitely see there being potential issues there, being a user of public transit myself. And that's all my questions for this segment.
Thank you. Vice Chair Martinez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have, if I understand correctly, 1,200 square feet is roughly a little bit more than a quarter of an acre. So what we're saying is that we would have the ability, if somebody has that a little bit over a quarter of an acre, they'd be able to subdivide it and put in an ADU under SB 9. So in consideration of that, I believe at some point we were given a number of properties in Pinole that we've already identified that could potentially do this. Not that they would, but that's a potential option. So the question goes to planning manager or director Wayland. Can you please advise us on how many lots we've identified that meet that criteria? Is it a large number? Is it a small number? I'm not really sure. So any guidance on that is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
So I'll look to Dave to see if we have done that research. Just wanted a point of clarification for the minimum lot size for SB 9 projects. It is 1,200 square feet for the minimum lot size. And so a quarter of acre would be more in the 12,000 range size of square footage. Yeah.
So, well, before Dave says, so any lot right now that's 2,400 square feet could be split in half into the two 1,200 unit lot size. Now, if you have a lot that small, like your home's probably in the middle of it, it's hard to subdivide and still be able to subdivide in a way that doesn't require demolishing your home. Which makes it harder for, regular Joe Blow, where are they going to live until the new homes get built?
So the research that we did was based on the 10,000 square foot lots. And there was probably, we stopped at about 150. We're still reviewing the valley. We mostly did the northern section of the town, but we're going to go down to, we haven't gone down to the valley yet, but there's a number of lots. And with the minimum lot size or 1,200, I mean, that's almost any residential lot that we have within the city. So, but we're still putting all that together.
Well, thank you for the update. That's all I had.
Thank you. Chair Moriarty?
Yeah, thank you. Just one question regarding the SB9 projects and where they're prohibited. Are there any places in Pinole that are considered within the earthquake fault zone, perhaps of the Hayward Fault or high fire hazard severity zone? And then thinking in terms of climate change and potential sea level rise that might be underneath the FEMA floodplain area. So there are three very separate parts of the community that would be affected.
So I know we do have a high fire severity zone out along in the valley area. Earthquake fault,
We have one little fault, or it's just a little, that runs along Pinole Valley Road, over by 2801 Pinole Valley Road. Back in that area, there's a little fault that runs through there. So there's, but no one really has identified where it starts and where it stops. But that's really the only other fault that I know of in town.
And with regard to the fire zones and the flood zones, for both of those, you just really have to meet different standards. So like the flood zone, you can't have the project unless you're going to build to raise the properties out of the flood zone. There's still ways to get there's still ways for SB9 projects to be built in those areas. It just requires sort of addressing an additional issue.
Mitigation. Okay. All right. And looking at the climate central maps, it doesn't appear that there's much in Pinole that would be affected by sea level rise at this point.
that's correct.
Okay. Next question regarding the projects that aren't subject to CEQA review. I'm just thinking of, and sometimes we say these are just too much regulation or such like that. But if a project is not subject to CEQA review, does that pose a potential threat to the town, the environment, or around?
That's sort of a judgment for you. I mean, I think that impacts from infill housing tend to be different than, impacts from others. So, there certainly are traffic impacts, which we study a different way now than we used to there, and that sort of thing. So there are, any project could have impacts. You really have to look at an individual project to know whether or not,
I'll just add on to that, these projects are still subject to obtaining construction permits and complying with the California State Building Code as well, in terms of safety. And,
Okay.
For fire protection and all those things.
Okay, not necessarily subject to CEQA. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of trying to balance. I'm sure developers are saying, like how you gave an example before of, well, if I don't do this, that means I save money, so I can do this, or somehow how they all fit together. It's kind of amazing they're trying to put that together. let's see, I think those were my only questions. Just. Right, okay, yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to council for questions, and I'll start backwards with Councilmember Sasai.
Yes, thank you. Can you please describe a little bit some of the unintended consequences of short-term rentals that SB 9's prohibition is trying to prevent?
So I think, there's some people think short-term rentals bring a lot of negative impacts to the community. You have so-called party houses, or instead of having, a neighbor, you have, a mini hotel next to you. And I think the legislature's intent was that, we're giving you this ability to build an extra unit where you wouldn't normally build it, like you should be putting a resident in there as an additional housing opportunity, not a source of income just for, short term.
And I'll add on to that too, that I think the state's intent was to contribute to the housing stock and not necessarily contribute to the hoteling type of industry.
Do we have any data on how often our city has been faced with complaints because of short-term rentals? Is that something that we've been collecting throughout the years?
I'm thinking right now
Okay.
about our code enforcement efforts. I think that in my time here in Pinole, which has been about a year and a half, I think we have received a handful. I would say under 5.
Gotcha. Thank you. You also mentioned that there's proposed legislation to amend SB 9. Can you note really quickly what those bills are and what they seek to amend?
I don't remember the names of the numbers off the top of my head. The main one, every year the legislature proposes hundreds of bills. Some of them end up becoming law. Lots of them become law. And sometimes they're just little tweaks as they hear feedback from communities. So one of the bills would say that cities, any objective standards a city imposes on SB 9 projects have to apply uniformly within the district. So it couldn't be a standard just for an SB 9 project. It'd have to be, you have to treat a normal single family home the same way that you treat the SB 9 projects. But the every year the legislature probably passes 3 bills, making little tinkers with ADU and density bonus. And
Great. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Of course, thank you, Councilor Sasai. Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. A few clarifying questions. With regard to SB 9 projects that are prohibited in the anti-displacement requirements, what caught my eye was a project cannot involve demolition or alteration, the alteration aspect of that. What kinds of alterations, and then how are they gauged? How are they measured?
so there's a definition in the law. I think there's a threshold. I want to say, like, you can't remove more than 25% of the walls, the exterior walls. So this isn't talking about, and that may not be the exact right, but that's sort of an example. It's like they're talking about major sort of structural changes to a building, not sort of an interior, remodel. That would be fine, but they don't want you to take, maybe it was a 5-unit, a 4-bedroom rental house, and they don't want you to cut it in half and make it a 2-bedroom unit, like 2 2-bedroom units through this process.
So internal dwelling conditions are still important enough that
Yeah, if they have, and I can look up and follow up with you, but I think the requirement is you can't demolish more than 25% of exterior walls, maybe. So I can double check that. and
it's
confirm.
really more, I'm trying to understand the intents behind that.
I think the intent was they did not want sort of demolition indirectly by doing such significant alterations to like the basic structure of the rental unit that you've changed what it is. Maybe from what was a 3-bedroom rental house to something else. I think was their idea, sort of demolition by an different name, I think is what they were trying to prevent.
Unless it becomes a unit where someone could be housed comfortably and under healthy conditions and.
Well, they don't want you to use this process for that. As a way that you can certainly do that through other means, but they didn't want you to use this process for that.
Okay, and along those lines of the different avenues, if you will, or processes that can be used. For someone who lives in the valley and is thinking of doing making some alterations to their home. Really, many of these laws don't necessarily apply. We're thinking more about along the lines of what's that minimum number of units? Shall we think about minimum number of units in a site that would be constructed, or size of parcel? I think it's both now that I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking minimum 30 units, 30 new units would really have somebody think about which of these laws they would want to apply. Is that pretty much what we're looking at?
Well, it really depends on the parcel zoning. So if the zoning out there, you might allow 10 units an acre. But if you have a single family home on the lot, you can't use SB9 to build 30, like the 10 units an acre, that might be 15 lots that have been subdivided previously, and you have 15 individual lots already, each with a home on that single family home. So someone on those single family homes is not going to be able to build a multi-story building. And they certainly wouldn't be able to use SB9 to do that in general, or at least not a high density building. They might be able to add a second unit, maybe subdivide, add a third and fourth, but not a high density apartment building.
A much simpler question. When you're talking about short-term rentals, what is the period that we're talking about that defines short-term?
Less than 30 days.
Thank you. Okay. All right. And you already addressed the exemptions to CEQA if ministerial approval is required on a project. I think that's it. That's it for me.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
Yeah, I just have one question, and that has to do with development fees for ADUs. Are we able to charge standard single-family home rates? What are we able to charge?
If you're under 750 square feet, we can't charge any impact fees. There's potentially some exception for a sewer connection fee. But other impact fees are part of the transportation. You can't charge any of those. If you're above that amount, we can charge the fee, and you have to be proportionate. The fee has to be proportional to the size of the single family home, which is sort of illogical. Like if you build a 800 square foot unit on a lot with a 2,400 square foot house, your impact fees are a third of the single family rate. If you build that same 800 square foot unit on a lot with 1,600 square foot home, your impact fees are half, even though the impact from that 800 unit presumably is the same in both places. So it's it's what the law says, but that's how we apply them.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have 2 questions before we go to public comment. My first question is around ministerial approval. It's a word we're oftentimes getting nowadays. So we know that's coming from the state, but it's something that's been often mentioned in your presentation. The traditional process around approval of most construction projects has gone through a planning commission process as well as a city council process. Typically, that is also the opportunity for the public to engage, make their comments, show opposition or support for a project. given these changes in state law and how they're impacting our local control around these projects, what I still don't see changing is the public's interest in our projects. That is, when you walk around Pinole, you may see things that didn't go to council or didn't go to the planning commission, but you are interested in how that got there. Can city staff talk about what is the process as we move forward on really engaging or even notifying the public around some of these projects that are being approved ministerially?
Yeah, well, I would say the city does, and I'll let Lily add, but right now the city doesn't have a process for that. It's something, the city council could think about how you want to handle that and create new processes. I've seen, certainly the city has web page where it puts, major projects up for updates, but there's no mailers out about projects that aren't going to a public hearing, for example. You could do that if certainly the city could do that. The city could hold still, there are some cities that still hold sort of a town hall or a workshop on a project. That's ministerial approval, but it's sort of a trade-off. You're sort of leading the community on a little bit because they come to give comment, and you're educating them maybe about the project and what's imposed the city's limitations, but you're also sort of suggesting that you have authority that you really wouldn't have. So there's balance there, and it's really up to the city council on that issue.
I would also say that the process of developing those objective standards that we've been talking about, and that's what's used in a ministerial approval over the counter. It's not over the counter. It takes a little bit of time for staff to process it, but basically we develop a checklist. Does it meet this criteria that has been established by the city council through public hearing process? And we can make sure that when we go through that objective design standard development, that we have robust community input in that process.
Thank you. I think it would be of interest to think about, consider, or even perhaps test what ministerial approval would look like in the city. I know we do have a website or a website link with many of our current projects. Perhaps this is an addendum to that website just to say, here are the projects that have been approved over the counter. Or again, I think the framing is very important. We don't want to, lead our public on, but I think there is some value to folks understanding the projects that come up in their own city, perhaps that didn't go to the planning commission. And because of the systems that have been already established, I think what I'm hearing is there no standard policy for the changes moving forward. So perhaps we can create those standard policies. And I think that would also be something the planning commission should provide recommendations on too as well. Thank you. So
through the mayor, I can tell you
Commissioner,
I can tell you what some of those
Ben
things are. In the context of ADUs statewide. The ministerial definition covers a certain number of requirements: the 4-foot side and rear setback, from the side and rear setback, 16-foot height. They kind of let you alone with a little bit with area, anywhere between 800 to 1,200 square feet. Those are the type. There's just a basic short list of things that fall under ministerial. And even if you say, well, I want to do 5-foot setback because it's too close, like I've done, the cities will go, okay, go ahead. But it doesn't usually change anything, although some cities look like they're kind of starting to question if they go, do they have some leeway if they do go a little bit differently than the ministerial approvals. The hard and fast rules, the height usually. Although now it seems like even that's loosened up, and then there's some question whether that's going to go beyond a ministerial level and start to have some kind of approval process. The problem with that is that one of the big things is you're not supposed to have any ADU review process going longer than 60 days. And as soon as you do that, you've blown that all out of the water.
Thank you. My next question was around the CEQA, some of the CEQA exemptions. Is it possible, or are cities already doing it, for a city to create an objective standard with regard to having an environmental impact report?
So no, you wouldn't have a standard that, I mean, CEQA and the requirements or CEQA are state laws, so you wouldn't have an objective standard that requires an environmental impact report, because what's in an environmental impact report, that's all subjective. Like that's not, there aren't strict requirements. There's no way to make CEQA an objective standard. There are objective standards you might adopt to try to address some of the impacts that maybe traditionally you address those through CEQA, and instead you're going to adopt an objective standard to try to address that ahead of time. The one that's popping into my head is sometimes you might address, there's construction noise. Construction noise is all usually identified in a CEQA, in an environmental document. We might change some of our construction hours or rules regarding that to sort of address that in a way that right now we change or modify that standard in the EIR or through the environmental process, regardless of whether there's a full EIR or not. That might be something where we try to address some of the impact by adopting a new standard, rather than relying on the CEQA process we can't rely on anymore.
Any other comments on that piece?
I was also going to say that we could explore potentially a disclosure through the application. So CEQA is all about disclosure and disclosing environmental impacts. So there might be certain categories of environmental impacts that might have been addressed through a CEQA document that we could have the applicant disclose in an application form. I can't think of an example right now, but that might be something we could look at.
Got it. So there are parts of an environmental impact report that perhaps we can look to as standards to integrate into the.
Well, and
into
also,
the-
so like part of your
So,
environmental.
Real quick, let me just finish. What I'm asking is, I understand that the environmental impact report, they may all look different, but there are pieces of those reports that are standard. Is that a way for us to, first of all, are we looking to do that? And are there ways for us to codify that within our ordinances now?
So there may be ways to require disclosure of information, like Lily said. A big part of the CEQA process now is taking that information and, like, if there is an impact, mitigating it and imposing mitigation requirements on that process. That would be difficult to do you might still require the disclosure of the report, but then you have no mechanism to impose an ad hoc impact. And so that's where we sort of might want to think about what are the most common impacts? How can we start to address those in our objective standards? But we can also look into what sort of disclosure requirements can we require can we require them to submit a traffic report, even if we can't do anything with it, or as a condition of approval? Maybe we can take that information and do something as a city with it outside of the project approval requirement.
And then two more questions. Earlier in the presentation, you mentioned, I think, 3 pillars around SB9 engagement or perhaps education. What were those 3 pillars again? Can you clarify? I think one was education.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it was basically education part, and Lily, I guess, is going to talk about it in more depth later. So
Okay, great. So I'll skip that question, but I do want to go back to that. One of the questions I have is in regards to if there is a map that our city's pushing forward to streamline an approval process around how kind of like a Pinole friendly SB9 development may look. I've seen other cities like Santa Clara and Fremont do those things, and I'm curious as to what we're doing with that as well. So I'll leave that question last. The last question I'll just have is something that Planning Manager Hannah mentioned around a valley study that you're doing. I think Planning Vice Chair Martinez mentioned or asked a question, and you mentioned a study or report that you're doing.
Well, it's not just to say, what we're doing is we're just identifying lots that could be SB9 eligible. That's all we're doing. It's not a formal study, but we're going out and looking at some lots and seeing where, picking certain areas of town and going through like that. So that's what we're doing. It's not an official study. It's just something that we can do that where we think some of these SB9 projects will will show up later in the future.
Got it. Okay, so what I hear from that though is that there is going to be data for us as a council and planning commission to receive from that inquiry.
There could be later on. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's going to take us a while because there are a lot of lots within the city of Pinole. So it'll be a while before we're doing that, but to get all the lots to make sure we capture all.
Okay, and then what do you mean by a while? When you say a while.
It's hard to say because we're working it in with our regular workloads. So it's, we're tackling it little by little. So, I mean, I'm looking at probably 6 months to a year.
And Mr. Mayor, I can add on to that too, and I'll go into a little bit more detail in my last presentation this evening on the SB9 program and the housing element.
Great.
But one of the components of the program is looking at our existing standards in single family zones where SB9 lots would be allowed and identifying constraints to development and to splitting the lot and creating additional units on those parcels. And
Okay.
so I imagine that the data that we'd be bringing back to the planning commission and the city council in developing SB9 standards for the program and the housing element would be, an average lot size in R1 zones.
Okay.
Average setbacks for, how existing development, how close are they to their property lines. I think all of that data would be helpful in determining what would be a constraint or not to development of or subdividing those lots for SB9.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go to the to Deputy City Clerk Stone for public comment. Are there any comments this evening on this item?
No, Mayor, there are no public comments.
All right. Well, we will close out item 5B. And that leads us to item 5C, which is update on the status of private development projects in the city. Before I turn it to Director Whalen, I just want to say, again, I'm so appreciative of our comments and questions. Let's keep it going. One of the reasons why we wanted to have this meeting as a joint meeting is because we don't oftentimes get an opportunity to say things to one another. Sometimes we get recommendations from the Planning Commission. I think we all know, especially after a tough 4 years, that it's always better to be in person and have your words speak for themselves. Sometimes things get lost in translation. So I just want to reiterate, thank you all for your comments and questions. And as we think about the next 10 years of Pinole, next 20 years of Pinole, we see very visibly around Pinole some changes that are happening in our city. And this is a great opportunity with this presentation and as well as the former presentations of thinking coherently together and cohesively together about what we want out of Pinole. And I just want to reiterate that as we think about these private development projects and the rest of the conversation. So Director Whalen, I'll bring it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, and Madam Chair, and planning commissioners. I'm Lily Whalen. I'm your Community Development Director, and this portion of the presentation will be to give you an update on status of private development projects in the city. I did focus on our housing projects in the city, but then I also did add in a little update on commercial and industrial projects. I also wanted to note that in reviewing the slides today, I did make some changes to the slides. So the slides you're going to see this evening are not the ones that were published. The content is nearly identical with some different graphics. So next slide, please. This is just an agenda of what this presentation will cover. We will talk about the status of a number of projects in development right now. First will be housing, including multifamily and other housing projects, including ADUs. And then this map here shows all of the major projects that are currently underway in the city that I'll be talking about this evening. And as you'll note, most are located on our major corridors, APN, Fitzgerald, and San Pablo. Next slide, please. So first we'll talk about housing. Next slide. So this is a summary of our new housing from the calendar year 2022 from our recent APR to the state of California. You'll note that construction was complete of a new single family home on Elhurst, and building permits were issued for 6 ADUs. We also issued a building permit for a new single family home and an ADU currently in construction on Limerick. The department also issued a permit for 179 units of multifamily housing on Roble at San Pablo, and the planning division assisted with entitlement processing for 154 unit condominium project on Appian, a 29 unit mixed use project on Pinole Valley Road, and a 223 unit apartment on Fitzgerald. And we'll talk more about those multifamily projects in the next slides. Next slide, please. And then next slide, please. So the first major project we'll look at is the Saha project. This project proposes to build 33 units of affordable housing, rental housing, at a vacant site at 811 San Pablo Avenue. And the valuation of this project is over $15 million. Next slide, please. The project proposes 29 one-bedroom units and 4 two-bedroom units, with unit sizes ranging from about 550 to just shy of 900 square feet. The housing will be restricted to very low and low-income households with a focus on housing for veterans. The city is providing this land and an over $3 million 0% interest construction loan. Next slide, please. These are showing renderings of the project. It's a 4-story project with a community room with a kitchen, computer station, management offices, resident services office, bike storage, courtyard connecting to a garden and a play area. Next slide, please. And then this shows the timeline of entitlement and building permit process and where we're going with this project. The application was filed in early 2021 and entitlements were granted shortly after in that summer. Late last year, the applicant applied for a building permit and we're currently on the second round of review with that building permit. And we anticipate we'll be able to issue the building permit in June of this year in order for the project to complete their funding milestones. We anticipate then that the construction would begin in summer of this year, with construction taking about a year's time, and occupancy it would be expected in summer of 2024. Next slide, please. The next major project is the Vista Woods project. This project is constructing 179 units of affordable rental housing at Roble and San Pablo Avenue. And the valuation of this project is over $30 million. Next slide, please. This project is a 4-story apartment building with over 180,000 square feet of living space. And the units range in size from 1,400 to 1,800 square feet. And the housing is restricted to low-income senior households. Next slide, please. This slide shows photo renderings of the project along with an in-progress construction photo up there on the right-hand top. Next slide, please. And this shows the timeline of entitlement and building permit processes. The application was filed in early 2021. Entitlements were granted that summer. They immediately applied for a building permit, which was issued within 4 months in early 2022. Construction began shortly after in April of 2022, and that construction is anticipated to be complete by the end of this calendar year, and leasing would occur soon after. And then occupancy of the apartment complex is expected in winter or spring of 2024. Next slide, please. And the next major project is the Appian Village project. This is on Appian Way at the old Doctors Hospital site. The project proposes to build 154 units of for-sale housing. The valuation of this project is over $62 million. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, this project is at the former Doctors Hospital site across from Pinole Middle School and West County Mandarin School. This site has been vacant for over 16 years. Demolition of the older structures occurred recently, and as everyone I'm sure has seen, site preparation is occurring. The project proposes 26 buildings with 154 total units, ranging in size from about 1,200 square feet to about 1,800 square feet. And they'll be offered in townhome configurations, which is side by side, And then also they have a stacked arrangement, which is one on top or below another. The project, as I mentioned, is for sale housing and proposes a 20% affordability mix, which means that 8 of the units will be sold to very low income households and 23 of the units will be sold to moderate income households. The project also features all electric buildings, all EV ready charging and bike space in each garage. All new infrastructure, curb and gutter and sidewalks, and there'll be outdoor areas for the residents. Next slide, please. This is a rendering here, 2 renderings of the project. It'll be constructed in phases with the units closest to Canyon being constructed first. So you see the top rendering there is looking at the site from Appian Way. If you were standing at the middle school looking at it, and the bottom rendering is viewing the project from one of the streets in the project itself. Next slide, please. So again, this is the timeline of entitlement and building permitting processing. The application was also filed in early 2021 and entitlements were granted a year later. A demolition permit was issued last September and for the main hospital building and the site preparation. And another demolition permit was just applied for and we're processing that right now for the smaller building on site. The applicant applied for a building permit in December of 2022 and staff and the applicant are still working out plan check details right now. As I mentioned, the project will be constructed in phases and the completed units will then be offered for sale while construction is occurring on the other phases of the project. And we expect the first phase of building permits to be issued later this year with construction beginning in 2024. Next slide, please. Next major project is the BCRE project at 2801 Pinole Valley Road. This project proposes to build 29 units of rental housing. It also has a mixed use office commercial addition to an existing commercial building. The valuation of this project is unknown at this point, but it's anticipated to be in the $20 to $30 million range. Next slide, please. The project's at the site of an existing commercial and office building in between the Arco and the 7-Eleven on Pinole Valley Road. Demolition and the project is proposing a 17,000 square foot office expansion and a separate 5-story 29 unit apartment building. And units in the apartment building will range from 331 square feet to just shy of 900 square feet. The project is rental housing and it proposes a 15% affordability, which means that two of the units will be for very low income households and 2 will be for low income households. Next slide, please. This again is renderings of the project. Wanted to mention the project does feature in the parking garage parking lifts to maximize space, to maximize the amount of cars that can be parked, and solar panels, and it has a rooftop common area as well. Next slide, please. This is also, again, the timeline of entitlement and building permit processing. Application was filed in October of 2020 and entitlements were granted in May of 2022. Grading permit was applied for earlier this year, and we are expecting a building permit to be applied for this winter. If the building permit is applied for at that point, we would expect it would be issued in spring of 2024 with construction following later that year. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is our last major multifamily project, which is the Pinole Vista project. It's 233 units of rental housing at, 223 units of rental housing at 1500 Fitzgerald. The valuation again is unknown at this point, but we anticipate that it will be in the $55 million range. Next slide, please. As the council and the commission is aware, the project's located at the site of a vacant Kmart building and proposes a new 5-story apartment complex. The units will range in size from 530 square feet to a little over 1,200 square feet. Project is also rental housing and proposes again a 15% affordability mix, which means that 14 of the units will be rented to very low income households and 12 to low income households. Project also features fitness center for the residents, multiple children's play areas, bike storage, courtyards, and then there's also the horizontal integration with the existing commercial uses, meaning that residents will be able to walk to goods and services. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the project. Slide, please. This is the timeline of entitlement and building permit processes. The application was filed in April of 2021 and entitlements were granted in October of 2022. And we're still working on with the applicant on a timeline for demolition of the vacant building and application for a building permit. We did receive a letter from the developer through the housing element process indicating that redevelopment will occur prior to 2031. I will note also that the applicant does have 2 years from entitlement to exercise their entitlement, which typically means pulling a building permit, but there's other ways for them to exercise their permit. Essentially, they have to expend substantial costs in doing that, and then they've exercised their permit. Okay, and we'll move on to the next slide here. So this slide provides a summary of the timeline for the major multifamily projects that I just talked about. And I'll note that there'll be overlap in major construction occurring simultaneously with these projects, with the Vista Woods project wrapping up later this year, and then the Saha project beginning this summer. So they will be occurring at the same time. APM Village will be most likely under construction during construction of the BCRE and Pinole Vista projects. And Saha might have a little bit of remaining construction at the beginning of the APM Village project there. Okay, we'll move on to the next slide here. So we'll talk about some other housing projects in the queue and under construction in Pinole. Next slide, please. So there are 6 projects or 6 locations shown on the map. We are currently plan checking or inspecting construction of. Next slide, please. So this shows the status of those projects that were just mapped out there. So we have a new single family home with an ADU on Pinole Valley Road that was issued a temporary certificate of occupancy earlier this month and is currently for sale. We have a new triplex on San Pablo Avenue that's been granted a building final and pending a certificate of occupancy. There's a new single family home on Limerick that is currently under construction and anticipated to receive a certificate of occupancy by the end of this year. We have a new single family home with an ADU that's being moved from Hercules to Pinole and is pending building permit and public works review and is expected in this upcoming fiscal year. And then the last 2, which is a 4-lot subdivision and a new single family home on new single family homes on Hazel Street, and then also a new single family home with an ADU on North Rancho Court are currently in building permit review and with expected construction occurring in 2024. Next slide, please. I also wanted to touch on ADUs and JADUs in the city and give these 2 bodies an update on where we are with that. Next slide, please. So for the public's benefit, ADUs or accessory dwelling units and JADUs, which are junior accessory dwelling units, are attached or detached dwelling units that provide complete independent living facilities for 1 or more persons and is located on a lot with a proposed or existing primary residence. And ADUs provide additional housing opportunities for people of all ages and all economic levels. The city of Pinole allows and regulates ADUs and JADUs in compliance with the state law, and ADUs are permitted on lots with an existing or proposed single family or multifamily residence, subject to a ministerial approval process through building permit plan check review. And it's interesting to note that the city does streamline the permitting of ADUs by processing them as a plan check and a building permit, application. It does not require separate planning permits for ADUs as other communities do, and that streamlines the process for approval and construction of these types of units. Next slide, please. So we took a look at our ADUs we've permitted since 2018, and we have permitted 30 ADUs and 4 AGUs in the city since that time. So the map on the screen shows the locations of all the ADUs and JADUs we permitted in the city since 2018. The chart there with the green bar lines also shows the number of ADU applications made on an annual basis. So you can see that Pinole had some lukewarm interest in ADUs in 2018 and 2019 timeframe, and we've seen that interest pick up since the COVID pandemic in 2020. Over the last 2 years, we've seen applications for 9 ADUs per year, and we will surpass that number in 2023, as we've already received 9 applications this year so far. And the photo on the screen there is from a recent listing photo of a new ADU in Pinole, just to give you an idea of what it could look like. Next slide, please. I also wanted to give a brief update on our commercial and industrial projects in the city, including tenant improvement projects, just to give you an idea of what's going on in the community. Next slide, please. So we have 7 commercial and industrial projects that I wanted to highlight shown on the map that are currently in an entitlement or a building permit process. Next slide. The table here shows the status of each of the in-progress commercial projects. The first there is the old Bolero gas station site. It's well under construction right now on Appian, with a new 7-Eleven convenience store and fueling station anticipated to be completed next month. City's also welcoming Mike's Appliances, which is a well-established local appliance store in the area, to their new location on San Pablo Avenue. We expect that their tenant improvement will be completed next month as well. In September of this year, we hope to see Nordstrom Rack occupy the vacant tenant space next to Home Goods. You may recall that the building was once occupied by Toys R Us and was split into 2 tenant spaces last year when Home Goods came to town. We also have a new restaurant serving boba tea and fried chicken that'll be located at the Appian 80 Shopping Center on Terra Hills Drive. And they have a building permit that they're working on right now and making tenant improvements to occupy the space. Similarly, a new tea shop will be coming to the Pinole Vista Shopping Center in between Menchie's and the Shoe Palace. We are also working with the applicant for a gas station on Fitzgerald to remodel the convenience store at that location. And finally, we're processing entitlements for 2 new warehousing buildings over 100 square feet in size at the Pinole Shores 2 site off of San Pablo Avenue. And next slide, please. I believe that is the last one. Great. Okay, I just talked for a while there. Thank you for listening, and I'm available for questions.
No, thank you so much. Always very interesting to see what's going on in our town. I think we'll probably have some questions. We'll start off with the Planning Commission. Chair Moriarty.
Yeah, thank you very much for that summary. It's great to see it. One of the things that I appreciated seeing is just a map of where everything is put. One of the things that the Planning Commission has asked for is some kind of visual of what's it going to look like, for instance, on San Pablo Avenue, if you're coming into town. And all of a sudden we've got, I mean, I know people were shocked when they saw the Vista Woods develop, or not it is the Vista Woods. Yeah, thank you. Again, I wrote them down mixed up. So I was like, wait a minute, that's not right. But how huge that looks and really imposing, and how it totally changes the entrance into Pinole. And so I hope that at some point we can get some kind of, digital look at how these projects are going to affect the feel of Pinole, especially as you're coming into Old Town. So we've got the Saha project and Vista Woods on San Pablo, and anticipate there'll be more projects and things happening there too. The other question that we've continually had about how these projects will affect transportation and what kind of infrastructure that we have in place, for instance, to get seniors who are in the Vista Woods walking into town or getting into town. And I know that, you know, we're supposed to look at the general plan and we've got the whole thing there, but it feels like sometimes we move so quickly on these that there are going to be a lot of safety issues, especially for seniors crossing San Pablo Avenue and such. And so it would be interesting. I know that traffic is always an issue for us as we think about new projects. Just to have a comprehensive view of how traffic is going to be changing in Pinole as all of these projects move forward. APM Village, all those different things. Fitzgerald. I know I had raised eyebrows when we looked at the transportation study for the Fitzgerald, the new Fitzgerald apartment building. So anyway, thinking of visual, what is it going to look like for Pinole, and two, transportation, moving people, and how can we move people out of cars and onto bikes and walking, and how are we going to move that forward with that? I mean, we've got the active transportation plan. That'll be a good move, but how is that going to affect some of these particular areas where we're bringing in a lot of people? So, so I guess those are not necessarily a question, but, you know, a request for the future for us to think about. The other question I had was, could you please explain again the procedure for permitting the ADUs as compared with other cities?
Yeah, sure. Commissioner Branzuelos might have alluded to this as well. Many cities have a separate planning process that ADUs need to go through to look at objective standards that a city has put in place to verify that they meet those standards. We don't require that process in Pinole. We have standards in our code that we check against when we go through the building permit process. So an applicant doesn't have to expend many months going through a planning process to receive approval and then proceed to a building permit. It's all done in one review.
Okay. And so the positives of that is that it's more expedient.
Correct.
And there's no chance of missing something along the way that a separate process would help.
No, not in our case. We plan check based on the city's own ordinance regarding ADUs. So it's all just streamlined into one review instead of a bifurcated process.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my only questions. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions are very similar to Chair Moriarty's, but I guess as I've been following our traffic safety plan, and I've been looking at the Tenet Avenue corridor improvements that are needed for pedestrian safety, it was really eye-opening for me to see how we're looking at 5-year history backwards on the traffic conditions. And where that's a little concerning for me is, as we've been required to increase our density and build more housing, and we're doing a great job of it, right? The housing for the seniors. I'm a little concerned that we're not addressing maybe stoplights that might be needed in that area, or as it relates to transportation, the Saha building that's going up for the veterans. There is bus service across the street, but how do we ensure that that bus service is ramped up and we've got more buses coming as we add more of these folks to the community, whether it be the veterans at Saha or the senior citizens over at Vista Woods? Is there a way of integrating a plan to say we need to look at safety as this is being built, but then additional to that, it's not just the safety side of it, it's the transportation. How do we get people where they need to go in an efficient manner. Is there perhaps a workshop or anything, Director Whalen, that we can do to get communication started on what the potential needs might be of these folks so that we can cover those gaps and address this? Would you be the best person to guide us through that, Director Whalen?
Thank you, Vice Chair Martinez. Are you referring specifically to the Saha project in your comments here, or more in
Well,
general?
to the Saha, Vista Woods, because there's things that we need to do to tweak to make sure that, you know, we've got more bus service coming in for seniors. Maybe they need to get to Kaiser in Richmond. We don't know what those variables are going to be right now, but we know we've built this housing that, you know, 200 folks are going to be living in, and then Saha, there's another 30 folks up on that one, right? So we know we're adding these folks, but whether it be bus service or additional stoplights or crosswalks, are we looking at some master plan to integrate additional transportation and public safety through stoplights and, you know, better marked crosswalks? Are we looking at a master plan to address that in the community at this time?
Director Whalen or City Manager Murray, I think that's an answer for you. Yes,
Thank you.
or that's a question for you, not an answer for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So specifically for the Saha project and the Vista Woods project, I know that I'm not sure what the Saha project, but Vista Woods, I know that they have, we work with them on transportation demand management strategies that do require, or they actually propose them. We didn't require them, so they proposed them and we approved them. So there's a component of shuttle service, I believe, right, Dave, for that particular project, and then also some shared vehicles as well.
Yeah, they have some shared vehicles as part of their transportation management plan. They also have, they'll be bringing in when needed. Like if there's a number of residents that need to go somewhere, they'll bring a van in and take their residents to, you know, like the Kaiser or to some of the bigger hospital areas or something like that. So and then we also provided ride share parking within their development. So there's car share spots there. So if they need ride share, Uber or Lyft, they have spots for them as well. And same with Saha. Saha does the same thing. In fact, the Saha staff is going to be on site. That's all part of a thing. And so you can go into the office and, you know, if you need certain things, you can go and use their office and they can help you out with transportation modes as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Vice Chair Martinez. Oh, actually, Vice Chair Martinez, I think the Mayor Pro Tem Tom's had either a question or comment with regards to your question.
Yeah, I can respond to a piece of that as a WestCat board member, and that is that most of the residents in the senior project and some of the residents in the veterans project, maybe even all of them, would qualify for using the paratransit system with WestCat. In addition to that, as part of the TDM program, they are also eligible for on-site transit training. And that's a program that is offered through WestCat and through our WICTAC group. So there are those programs available, and I believe that they had folded them into their TDM programs.
Excellent. And thank you for the additional update. Appreciate it.
Vice Chair Martinez, did you have any other questions for staff?
And it was the second part of the question, which was around, you know, how do we look at potential stoplights or public safety things in some of those areas that, you know, those may be needs that the residents would have. Are we going now, as we're increasing the density in these areas, are we now going to at least look at a 3-year plan or a 5-year plan to go back and see if new stoplights are needed in any of these areas for improved public safety? Is that part of something that we are proactively working on today? Would be the question. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. So as a part of the entitlement review of these projects, there were traffic studies that were completed, right, Dave? That identified the need based on the use and demand at the two sites, if additional traffic signals were required, and those traffic studies did not determine additional traffic signals were required part of those projects.
Okay, thank you, Director Whalen. I appreciate it. That's all.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Minez.
Thank you. So before I move on to my questions proper, I think I want to sort of follow on a bit from Vice Chair Martinez's comments, because we were discussing something somewhat similar to this last night as part of the Planning Commission meeting, which unfortunately the Vice Chair was unable to attend due to a connection issue. Glad that's been resolved. Basically, one of the things that we brought up during that meeting was comparing the sort of complete streets goal that the city of Pinole and the region more broadly has for Appian Way. And we were wondering whether maybe it would be possible to have something similar to that along San Pablo Avenue to mitigate the sort of traffic risks that Vice Chair Martinez mentioned to the particularly vulnerable populations being added to that area, whether it would be possible for the city or the city cooperating with regional agencies to start sort of a San Pablo complete streets project to sort of fix some of the notable sidewalk gaps at the very least in that region. So I just wanted to sort of follow up on that point because it was something that we discussed recently. So it was still fresh in my mind. And now moving on to questions. Let's see. So my first question was about the Saha project. And noting all the various subsidies that the city is providing for it, I was wondering, is there any provision in there for providing for extremely low income individuals, or is the subsidies provided by the VA and other government agencies to eligible veterans assumed to bring them all pretty much to the very low income threshold at the minimum?
The affordability mix is at 30 to 60% of AMI. And I'm trying to remember what that ELI is. You know, off the top of your head. Below 30. Okay. So the answer would be no.
Okay, just wondering about that. Next, for Vista Woods, the chart there just says affordability mix 100%. I think we've got more detailed data on that. We don't need to get it right now, but could it maybe be updated in the slides on the city's website showing the exact breakdown of the affordability mix?
We can make that clear. Yes, we can make that clear.
Let's see, for the Appian Village project, just wanted to double check on that because I think in your presentation you said that 8 would be very low and the chart here says 8 low. It's 8 low income, right?
Apologies, it is low.
Let's see, for the BCRE front page, I think the number of housing units got copied over from the Pinole Vista project. It says 233 units. I think it's 29.
Correct.
Yeah, so that should probably be updated if it can be. It's correct elsewhere, just, that's a. As she's saying, let's see. For Pinole Vista, the affordability mix, is it 13 or 12 low-income units?
I think that's 14. Yeah, I think it's 14 and 13. 14 very low and 13 low. There was I recall, so they elected to, the mix dictated by the city was different. There were more low income required and fewer very low income required. The applicant elected to enhance the very low units and remove some from the low units. So if the mix is a little bit different than what we reported in the staff report for the planning commission meeting, the applicant at that time elected to modify the mix.
Oh, no, just want to double check that it was 13 low-income units. Then on the summary of the major multifamily production timeline, it looks like for most of the projects, construction's happening on a 1 to 2 year timeline. But it looks like the Appian Village project is going on over a 3-year timeline. Is there any particular reason why it's taking longer?
Yes, so they are phasing the project into 9 different phases with several buildings in each phase. And they're planning on submitting for building permits, 1 phase at a time, and constructing units, and then selling the units, and then constructing additional units.
So for purposes of finding that. Let's see, so for the status in progress, commercial TI industrial locations. I guess something I'm a little bit confused about there is, it looks like tenant improvements is being flagged here where it isn't necessarily in other areas, where it seems like tenant improvements is basically more along the lines of a complete remodeling. So is tenant improvement just a term of art here, or?
So we were trying to highlight the different new businesses that were coming into town to give you an idea of that. So tenant improvements is just taking the existing space, modifying it for a new business. A lot of times it's a change in occupancy, so retail to restaurant. So there's a construction that needs to happen interior to the space.
Okay, so it's just no exterior construction. That's the main difference.
There could be exterior construction, for example, the home goods store. There was some exterior construction on that site. Or I think there were some columns added and a parapet as well. So there could be some exterior construction that's needed. But there was no expansion of square footage.
Okay, so it's expansion of square footage. That's the dividing line between tenant improvement and other things.
Yeah, or an addition or a new building, yes.
Let's see. And I think that's all my questions and comments for this section. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Current?
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. I just have a quick comment and then a question. One is that when we talk about ADUs, we can't forget our famous ADU, which was built by the Property Brothers a couple of years ago, which I think is a very notable accomplishment for our city to have them do it here. Looking at the commercial industrial locations listing, I noticed that Pinole Square is missing. What's going on with that?
So there's a new owner of the site, right, that bought the property in January of this year. And they're looking at the entitlement project, and they're looking at the existing buildings on the site and deciding what they're going to do with the site. So I don't have any additional information at this point as far as if those entitlements will be exercised or if the new owner will be coming in with something new.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Curran. Commissioner Banuelos?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions. One's kind of an offshoot of Chair Moriarty's questions about permits. How do you handle with the ADUs, the ancillary reviews? And what I mean by that is, as an example, when you go to the county to get an ADU permit, before you can show up, you have to get sign off from Confire and the Central Sand. So how are the sanitary district and fire reviews done?
Sure. I'll let Dave handle that.
Well, as part of our, as part of, we just got Confire. So prior to Confire, our plan checker who was plan checking the unit would be plan checking for fire code as well. So now we're gonna have to establish routing it to Cal Fire or Confire. But it's within the building permit process. It's not within, there's not a separate planning process for that. So it would just go as part of our normal routing because we normally route those projects, building projects to those agencies. So it's just part of our normal routing.
Okay, that's good because that adds 3 weeks for Central Sand out in the county and 2 weeks for Confire, which really means 3 weeks for them too. So it's a whole other layer that you have to do before you can get to that.
Yeah.
That's good. My other question was, of the ADUs that you're showing that are in the works or have been done, how many of those were previously illegally built units that have been legitimized?
I don't have an answer for you on that. We can look into that information and provide that to the council and the planning commission on, we would be looking at which of those ADUs came from a code enforcement case.
Mhm.
That's what we'd be looking at, but I don't, at the top of my head, I don't know.
Yeah, because in other cities, they're kind of extra painful because they literally have to take them apart because they've been there forever.
So one of the programs I'll be talking about in the next presentation is the housing element program on ADUs. And we do have an amnesty program that we'll be introducing in the city as well. And we'll be going through those pain points on illegal construction. There's some that've been done with licensed contractors and everything looks great inside. And then there's some that haven't. So they're all unique and case by case.
Okay, that's all I have.
Great. We'll go to our council next and Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I wanted to thank you for this complete presentation. And what's really valuable, I think, is having the valuation of the development so we can see what kind of incredible investment that's coming to Pinole. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll piggyback off of that valuation question. Why it's important, why it's significant. Those were private investments. And so the figures are provided by those parties. The flip side of the investment is the cost associated with the infrastructure that they will demand, which was alluded to earlier with the questions by some of the planning commissioners regarding safety improvements and transportation, et cetera. So does staff take a look at that flip side and give us, can we get a sense as well as the public what that is? Because I imagine that it's definitely an attractive, they're attractive figures to look at and keep in mind. They're half of the equation. And they are, there's a process to giving these estimates, which requires that the developer take a look at all that they provided to make these projects actualize, to make them happen by a certain number, over a certain period of time. And if we look at the timelines, they're over maybe a couple of years prior to their applications being submitted, all the time required for that, up until construction. And then there is the input that they're presented with, which are all the rental costs, the leasing fees, the leasing costs associated where there are apartments, and then of course, cost for property in the case of the townhomes or, in case of the townhomes, for example. that leaves us still wondering, or leaves me wondering for certain about that other side of what's been invested. So what do we have to compare with what the investments bring us?
Attempt to answer. Let me know if you need more clarification. So the valuation provided by the applicant, so that's materials and labor to construct the project. So that's the estimate from the applicant. And we have been taking a hard look at that over the last year and a half and ensuring that the applicant is providing the fair number, the real number of the materials and labor to construct the project. And then the building permit fee is derived upon that valuation. So that's how those fees come into play. We also have development impact fees in the city. So for each new unit of housing, single family and multi-family housing, there's a figure per unit the developer needs to pay to the city. And that goes into different funds for the city for different impacts. So there's water, wastewater, there's transportation, parks and recreation. It goes on from there on the different categories that the city has the funds then to make other investments in the community using those development impact fees. So the question I'm hearing is the relationship between the valuation and the development impact fees. There's not a direct relationship between the valuation and the impact fees. The impact fees are based on the number of units in the project, whereas the valuation is based on the cost to construct the project. So there's, if you have a single family home, it's going to be X valuation. If you have a 200 unit home, it's going to be much larger, and that is derived upon the number of units. But there's not a direct correlation there between the two.
And to add two things. One, valuation helps. It's not direct correlation, but gives you some idea about what the property might be assessed at once it's complete, right? The greater the construction cost, the greater the value of the property. So that increases the property tax. The impacts a project may have and its cost on the city is something the city can look into. You may recall for the Kmart project, there was something the council requested specific information on that project, and the expert was hired to sort of give some evaluation feedback on that. So, that's something the city can do, in the future too, overall, either on project by project basis, look at them, or, try to study what the impacts may be of, future development more generally as well.
Thank you. Well, my thought is that in having that information about the impacts to the city, it would inform when projects come about, or when the opportunity to fund projects come about, that we have some figure based on that. So yes, let's somehow keep in mind that flip side of the equation, because of the long-term effects of all the construction, and definitely increased housing increased housing is wonderful. Property valuation is great if it's as high as it is. It also influences the cost of properties near them on the positive side. At the same time, we still have the demands that probably are not up to par, at the same value, and the need for those demands for infrastructure continue. So what I'm trying to understand better and have an appreciation for is, yes, it's great to see those valuation figures. I'm not as excited about them because I know that we still have the other to take care of, or that we still have a need to address what demands these structures impose on our city, and we don't have the budget to accommodate that. So if I'm wrong on that, let me know. But I think the continual request and public comment that we request from the public, and public comments that are made about fixing streets, et cetera, speak to that. So thank you. Okay, another question. Commissioner Curran mentioned Pinole Square. Some people, members of the public may be familiar with that. Others are familiar with the Appian 80 site or the current Safeway site. And my recollection is that the former owner of that property had until June of this year to do something. What that something was, I don't recall. I imagine it was movement towards construction, and evidently it hasn't happened. So it sounds to me like the possibility of the new owner taking advantage of the entitlements that are in place and going along with the designs and projects that were proposed by the former property owner, or not at all. And then we get into a new process, yes, and a new term, years and years of waiting again for some new application. Yes.
Yes, so the technical answer is that the entitlements expire in June of this year. So there is still a possibility that the new owner could exercise those entitlements, but we have not seen a building permit application or demolition permit, et cetera, that would lock them into that entitlement. So I think it's unlikely that those plans will come through. So yes, it depends on what the new owner wants to do with the site. If it's a similar project with new structures or demolished and built new structures, then it would go through a design review process again. If it's just rehabbing facilities that are already there, then it might be a tenant improvement process that they go through, just a building permit.
Thank you. My recollection was 2019, January of 2019, that project coming to the joint planning commission city council meeting. Okay. Thank you as well for the presentation and the timelines and all the graphics, just beautiful. And we can, all this will be posted on the city website for people to refer to. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Councilor Sasai.
Yes, thank you. I see that some of our upcoming housing developments, but not all of them, will be 100% electric. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any existing state legislation that would mandate 100% electric infrastructure in housing or commercial developments by a certain year?
I'm not aware of existing legislation right now, but I would bet that the building codes that are coming in the next 3 years will require it. That's my sense of where the building codes are going.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then I wanted a little bit more information on the in progress commercial and industrial locations. I know the Commissioner Current had mentioned maybe one project that wasn't listed here. The lot that is right next to the Bank of Pinole, what is the status of that project? It's the one that's right in between Bank of Pinole and the community department.
Yep. I can ask Dave to give you an update on that one.
Yeah, right now they applied for their building permit and they're doing all their improvements. I mean, that was scheduled to be an outdoor space. So they're finishing up their improvements and they're working on finishing up I think they have the permit for the shed and the trash, the new trash enclosure area. They're working on that. And they've also, I think, put in their irrigation stuff for their landscaping. So they're almost done in terms of finishing up that project. So it's getting very close.
Perfect. Thank you. Pinole Shores 2, is that owned by our city or privately owned now, or what is the
Currently owned by the city.
Okay. Can you give a little bit more specifics about the use of what is mentioned, the warehouse
Sure.
buildings and the office space?
Of course, I'll ask
How many
Dave
units?
to give you that update as well.
Thank you. Yeah, right now we're in the entitlement process. We look to be coming to the commission fairly shortly, within the next 30 days, I think 30 to 45 days to get to the commission. And there are two warehousing projects. They're looking to either do some R&D, some warehousing, some potentially some wholesale distribution. So those are some of the uses that the current client is, or the current applicant is looking to do.
Got it. And then Rebel Gas Station, is that just a change in ownership from Shell to this entity? And is that a locally owned entity?
That I'm not sure. I think it is, but I'm not positive.
I don't know either, but we can get back to you on
We
that.
can get back to you on that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. I just want to reiterate the comments on a wonderful presentation. Thank you for putting this together. And I know this was a long time coming for us to have another joint meeting. I think it's been a couple years. So I think the value of just seeing the visualizations of the projects and also the timelines on them has been really beneficial. I also want to reiterate the evaluations and the value of just having that in Pinole residents, knowing the important investments coming to them. As in the spirit of transparency, we are sharing this type of information as part of the mayor monthly updates report and reports. So there are going to be more, of course, more information sent out, but I do want to say thank you for including it in this presentation. Perhaps we can find a creative way to also, replicate this for Pinole television so that some of these slides can be again, created in a way that just kind of puts them on video. But this is wonderful. And again, thank you for all your work on this. I do want to ask a question because I think it came up with the Saha project. There's a couple funds that the city is currently holding that are relevant to affordable housing projects. Can you talk about at least, what are the available funds to kind of support the construction of affordable housing projects in Pinole and the status of those funds?
Sure. So we do have an affordable housing fund for low and moderate income projects in the city. I don't have the figures right in front of me right now. I believe that the number will be 6.5 million in June, and then we'll take off the Saha off of that. So that will leave us with, I think, a balance of 2.5 million, 3 million to have in our housing fund. There's a program in our housing element right now for us to develop an affordable housing fund policy, and that would guide the use of those funds because that's not something that we have right now, and I think that would be helpful for the council in deciding how to use those funds on future projects.
Thank you. And while we don't have the figures, can you explain on how that fund is created and how funds are added to that?
Yeah, and Mayor, there will be, I think, at the next council meeting, the annual successor agency report, and that has a detailed information on the assets owned by that and all the money that's in there. Essentially, as part of redevelopment agencies, a certain 20% had to be used on low or moderate income housing. That and so the money is derived from that, either because we had assets we purchased with that then sold and the money was in there, or we purchased properties that are now required to be used for affordable housing, like the Saha property was, or just that 20% that leftover money that could be used to. A way that cities try to replenish their funds, some cities is Pinole has an inclusionary ordinance. Some cities sort of encourage, rather than do inclusionary units, to pay an in lieu fee. And that's a way to, there are pros and cons to that approach, but that's one approach some cities do, sort of try to encourage people to pay that fee rather than build the units.
And I'll just add on to that, as a part of the housing element, we have a program that would have us look at an in lieu fee for our inclusionary units. In cases that make sense, smaller projects might be more willing to pay that fee, and then it could go into the fund to fund other affordable housing projects in the city.
Great. And just to clarify, in addition to the construction of affordable housing, what other projects can that fund be used for, if any?
There's a small percentage, I think it's 250,000 a year, that can be used for homelessness. Well, one of them's 200, one's 250. Can't remember off the top of my head, but maybe 200,000 a year can be used on administration, and about 250 a year, I think, can be used on homelessness related services or expenses, but again, this is in the report. It'll be coming to the city council, I think, at the next meeting. This is all, the specifics are all spelled out in that report.
Great. Thank you for that foreshadowing. I'll go back to our Deputy City Clerk Stone for public comment.
Mayor, there are no public comments.
Right. Any other comments from council? Any other comments from Planning Commission? All right, we are moving forward with our agenda to the next and last item under our new business, which is 5D. And that is the overview of how the sixth cycle housing element will streamline creation of new housing and a status update on other general plan elements. Director Whalen, back to you.
Okay, fantastic.
Oh, one moment. Chair Moriarty? Commissioner Menace, did you have a question?
No,
Comment?
just a brief comment. I realized that I had neglected to thank Director Whalen and Manager Hanham for their work putting the presentation together. I know it may have seemed like I was being critical and sort of nitpicking it, but I wanted to counterbalance that by saying, overall, it's a great presentation. You've got a lot of data put together there. It's nicely presented. You've got good charts. There were just some things that stuck out that I felt needed commenting on, but I don't want that to make it appear like I felt like it was a bad presentation. It was a good presentation.
Absolutely. We appreciate detail orientation in the city. So thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate it. And thank you again, Director Whalen, as well as Commissioner Menace for your detail orientation. We will continue with our item, which is 5D, which is again, overview of how the sixth cycle housing element will streamline creation of new housing and a status update on other general plan updates. Director Whalen, back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, fantastic. So the PowerPoint's here, great. So I'm going to give a brief overview of programs in our sixth cycle housing element that are expected to streamline the creation of affordable housing in the city and housing in general, and give a status update on the other general plan elements that we're currently simultaneously updating. Next slide, please. So first, we'll talk about the sixth cycle housing element update. Next slide, please. And for the public's benefit here, under state law, all local governments in California are required to adequately plan to meet the housing need of the region by adopting a housing element as a part of their general plan on an 8-year cycle. And Pinole began our process in March of last year. So it's been a year now, and it is concluding now. The plan we're creating will be for the years 2023 through 2031. A housing element is required to have the very prescribed contents as shown on the screen here. City is required to review the current housing element, identify accomplishments, as well as goals and policies and programs that have not been effective. We're required to analyze data for demographics, housing stock characteristics, housing costs and affordability, and more to determine housing needs in our community. We're required to identify governmental and non-governmental constraints to the production of housing, in addition to preservation and protection of housing in the community across all income levels in the city. Also identify all available housing resources, including land and financial resources, and demonstrate how we will satisfy our regional housing share in each income category. We're required to include a program that promotes and affirmatively furthers fair housing opportunities throughout the city for all people. And finally, we identify goals, policies, and programs and quantified objectives to ensure effective response to the housing needs in the city. Slide, please. So first, we'll talk about the housing planning programs. Next slide, please. So the housing element plan has 3 main components: goals, policies, and actions for the preservation, conservation, improvement, and production of housing for the 2023 through 2031 planning period. The goals, policies, programs, and objectives are designed to help ensure housing opportunities for all existing and future residents of our city. Goals are broad objectives. Policies are commitments and strategies to achieve the goals, and the actions are housing programs that are measurable outcomes with timelines and responsible parties that support the policies and the goals. Next slide, please. So the sixth cycle housing element has 6 goals related to housing production to meet the regional need or the allocation. 2, housing production to meet the needs of all income levels and special needs groups. 3, reduction or removal of governmental constraints to development of housing. 4, maintaining and conserving existing housing stock in a safe sanitary condition. 5, ensuring the provision of adequate housing for all persons regardless of their income, age, sex, race, or ethnic background. And lastly, 6, increasing awareness, availability of information, and participation in housing programs. Next slide, please. So I'm going to present the housing programs in the 6 cycle housing element and highlight on several slides the programs that we think will assist most with production of housing in Pinole during this upcoming cycle. So the first 4 programs are related to monitoring and the site's inventory, which is the listing of the sites that the city has identified as good sites for the production of housing at a minimum density required by the state. And so we're required, so monitoring those sites to ensure that there are adequate sites and that they are maintained during the planning period. So that if, for example, a site doesn't develop the way that we anticipate it will, at the density that we anticipate it will, that we have to look and see if there's another site that can make up for that site. These programs are also related to promoting the inventory by outreaching to potential developers and providing technical assistance to applicants during the process of submitting an application. Program 4 is related to ADU production, and we'll talk about that program on the next slide here. So to encourage and increase ADU production in the city, there's a number of efforts that are included in Program 4 to increase our very modest target projection of 3 ADUs per year to 5 ADUs per year. We'll accomplish this by first updating our ADU ordinance with new state law requirements. We'll also begin to track and monitor ADU production to ensure that the annual production achieves our modest projections of at least 3 ADUs per year, which I'm sure we will. We will begin to request information from applicants when they apply for their ADU, for their building permit for their ADU, about rents that they anticipate establishing for their ADU to better attract the affordability of ADUs in the community. As a part of the ADU tracking, we'll also analyze the geographic distribution of ADUs to understand which neighborhoods are building ADUs and which neighborhoods we might need to focus education efforts on. Another component of Program 4 is the ADU Fast Track program. So we will develop a process to fast track ADU applications through plan check even faster than we do right now by moving them to the top of the queue and reducing plan check turnaround times. And this will expedite processing and building permit issuance so that construction can begin sooner and someone can live in that unit sooner. As a part of Program 4 and to ensure safe and adequate housing, the city will also develop an ADU amnesty program. So this program will be for existing unpermitted ADUs in the city to receive inspections and bring the units into compliance with code and permits without the risk of code enforcement action. We're planning on incorporating significant fee reductions and assistance in determining the necessary improvements that need to be made to the ADU so that we can encourage compliance and bring those unpermitted units into our housing stock in a safe and sound manner. Lastly, we'll be exploring development impact fee waivers for ADUs over 750 square feet that are deed restricted for affordable households. So currently the municipal code offers fee waivers for deed restricted ADUs with an affordability covenant of 55 years. And there has been no recent interest in utilizing this fee waiver. And we think it's because of the long commitment of the deed restriction for 55 years. It's not worth it to the applicant. They'll pay the development impact fees. So in looking at this, we'll be exploring municipal code modifications to shorten the required ADU covenant length. So for example, from five to 15 years, it could be on a sliding scale based on the affordability level of the unit, shorter time period for a lower affordability, possibly. However, in order to utilize housing funds to support the development fee waiver, an affordability covenant is required for 55 years. That's a requirement of use of housing funds. So we'll be exploring alternative funding options to offset the fee waivers for ADUs over 750 square feet that are willing to make that available to a lower or moderate income household. Next slide, please. The next set of programs here relate to meeting the needs of all income levels and all special needs group programs. Next slide, please. So I wanted to highlight first a new program in the housing element related to SB 9 housing production. Assistant City Attorney Mogg foreshadowed that a little bit earlier this evening. So this program includes updates to the zoning code to encourage SB 9 housing production. We'll be reviewing development standards that may constrain utilization of SB 9 law and consider removing those constraints to facilitate production of units. Of course, we would do that in conjunction with any new state laws that might come into place from now until then. We're also in the process of creating informational materials to assist applicants and property owners in submitting applications for the development of SB 9 projects, which would, these would highlight the permit requirements and development standards to promote greater clarity for an applicant in preparing a submittal. We would also focus on ensuring that application materials are online, they're fillable, and they're easy to understand. So these materials are anticipated to be completed this calendar year. In the interim, we provide guidance to applicants and owners by phone, email, and counter meetings to help applicants understand state standards and provisions under SB 9. We discuss preliminary concepts with them and explain permit procedures. Additionally, we are in the process of establishing objective design standards. Objective design standards, as we discussed earlier, would provide greater predictability and clarity regarding design attributes for new residential development and support the ministerial review, and are anticipated to be completed within 2 years of housing element adoption. Next slide, please. Program 9 is a program to assist extremely low income households and persons with disabilities. Actions in this program over the 8-year cycle include, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, development of a housing successor asset fund policy that prioritizes affordable housing developments for extremely low income households, households with special needs, and households with persons with disabilities. The policy guide would consider RHNA requirements as well, local housing needs, such as the needs of special needs households, and fair housing objectives, among other factors. And this would be completed within 3 years of housing element adoption. We will also develop a fee waiver program that would provide low or no cost building permits to age qualified, extremely low income, lower income households and special needs disabled households to make improvements to their home for universal design. This fee waiver program would help help reduce costs for qualifying special households to improve their homes so that they can stay in their homes longer. To accomplish this, we would develop a list of qualifying households and qualifying upgrades for the program. Eligible improvements might include plumbing, roofing, water damage, accessibility and mobility modifications, and improvements to make moving around inside the house and outside of the house easier, such as stair lifts and handrails. And the program would be completed within 18 months of housing element adoption. We will also implement zoning ordinance amendments to reduce parking standards for extremely low income, lower income household developments. We will contact housing provider service providers within Contra Costa County to determine the best way to facilitate development of housing for extremely low income households and special needs households. Through this program, we will be considering a waiver of park impact fees for all deed restricted affordable units in excess of the 15% inclusionary units within 2 years of the housing element adoption. We will look at that issue. And then finally, there's a suite of actions to encourage development of housing for seniors that's in program 10 that will be implemented. And actions include reducing parking for senior housing developments. There's also a home sharing and tenant matching program. There's enhanced rebate options for energy efficient home improvements and also participation in regional programs. Next slide, please. So this is the needs analysis in the housing element identified a special need for the development of housing for seniors in Pinole. In response to this need, Program 11 provides a number of senior housing incentives to encourage the development of housing for seniors. And the specific incentives include reducing parking requirements for senior housing development, permit fee waivers for elderly residents, for adaptation and modifications. So that's the universal design, the enhanced rebates for energy efficient and weatherization projects, the home matching program, such as connecting with an organization like Front Porches Home Match. And that would allow a homeowner to turn an available room into an opportunity to earn income, to save money, to age in place, and provide affordable housing. And then also create new social connections. We will participate in regional programs to provide assistance to seniors. We'll continue the partnership with the Contra Costa and Solano Food Bank to provide food resources to the community and seniors. And additional incentives that we will investigate would include investigating density bonus beyond the state law requirements and what we might be able to achieve there. In addition, investigating allowing smaller senior units that would count as one senior unit as a fraction of a regular dwelling unit. And that might help with parking standards as well. And so that's something that we will look at. Next slide, please. So the next set of programs are aimed at removing governmental constraints. To accomplish this, we've included programs 12 through 15. These programs include reviewing and amending the zoning ordinance and design review guidelines to ensure that all development standards, design guidelines, and findings are objective. They promote certainty and surety in the planning and approval process. We'll also review our development impact fees to ensure that new development contributes its fair share for the cost of the provision of services and facilities, while at the same time not constraining development. Next slide, please. In response to public outreach, the constraints and the needs analyses that were conducted, Program 15 proposes some discrete permit streamlining measures. So through this program, the city is including multiple efforts to expedite the permitting and review process through reducing the necessary levels of approval. So specifically, we will lower the approval authority for entitlements of all density bonus projects from the city council to the planning commission. We will process lot consolidations ministerially. And then we will also adopt a priority permitting process for developments with affordable units beyond the inclusionary requirement. And that's that 15% requirement. Wanted to mention we're also in the process of implementing an electronic permitting system and tracking system that has a go live date of June. The online permitting process will help to expedite permitting procedures and will make permitting submittals and subsequent reviews much easier for applicants and staff, including allowing applicants to review items needed for submittals, getting them to the right permit that they need after they answer some questions. They'll be able to check their current project status and digitally submit materials. Next slide, please. There are 3 programs related to conserving and preserving the housing stock in Pinole, including improving public awareness of rehabilitation, loan subsidy programs, and energy efficiency rebate and financing programs offered by the county and other agencies. Also continuing to pursue opportunities to partner with nonprofit housing developers to acquire and rehabilitate blighted and distressed properties with the objective of making these units available to low-income households as affordable housing. And then also ensuring that units that do have affordability covenants that we monitor that are close to expiration are conserved to the best of our ability or replaced and remain affordable to moderate and lower income households. Next slide, please. This almost final set of programs here are related to a new section of the housing element for this cycle, which is affirmatively furthering fair housing. The three programs in this category are Program 19, which commits to a number of place-based improvements in the city, in the western part of the city to improve mobility and active transportation opportunities and park quality. Projects in the west side of Pinole identified in the housing element are projects like the Appian Way Complete Streets and safety improvements at Appian Way and Marlesta Road. And the development of the active transportation plan and a park master plan will benefit all community members as well. Program 20 commits to a biennial housing fair workshop, ongoing provision of resources and referrals to fair housing service providers, and a review of demographics to determine appropriate translation and interpretation services and languages every 4 years. Program 21 includes coordination with a qualified fair housing service provider to conduct a workshop to inform residents and landlords of sources of income protection and state rent control laws, in addition to other outreach efforts to inform landlords and tenants of recent changes to state law that prevent source of income discrimination. Next slide, please. This is the last set of programs, and they relate to housing education and community outreach. 22 commits to promoting and advertising available housing resources to residents through a variety of mediums, including providing information on the city website, pamphlets at City Hall and community locations like the Senior Center, the library, information through articles in local newspaper and with the PCTV, advertising housing resources as a part of our social media efforts, a presence at community events at least once per year, and the provision of materials in multiple languages. Program 23 focuses on encouraging development of second dwelling units, including ADUs, JADUs, and SB9 opportunities by way of a comprehensive education program to promote the development of second dwelling units in the city. Next slide, please. So this next section here, which is an update on other, give you an update on the other updates to our general plan elements, is short, but I just wanted to give you an update there on where we are. So we have a simultaneous effort to update our health and safety element, and then also create a new environmental justice element. Next slide, please. So just a really quick overview here of the safety element. Very small on the screen, but the safety element is a legally mandated chapter of a community's general plan. The goal is to enact land use practices that reduce the potential of short-term and long-term risk of death, injuries, property damage, economic and social dislocation resulting from fires, floods, droughts, earthquakes, landslides, climate change, and other hazards. The update of the safety element includes safety considerations in the planning and decision-making process by establishing policies related to future development that will minimize the risk of personal injury, loss of life, property damage, and environmental damage associated with natural and man-made hazards. In addition, the update to the safety element will address emergency evacuation routes and climate vulnerability and adaptation. Next slide, please. State law now requires that when a jurisdiction updates 2 or more general plan elements concurrently, the topic of environmental justice be addressed in the general plan, either as a separate element or through woven through the general plan through related goals, policies, and objectives within the other elements. We in Pinole have decided to create a standalone environmental justice element and move our health policies of the safety element over into the environmental justice element. So we'll have a health and environmental justice element and a safety element. The environmental justice related work must disclose and work to reduce the disproportionate health risks, promote civic engagements in the design making process, and prioritize improvements that address the needs of identified disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. This is the last slide here. So this is just a timeline here of when these elements are expected to be completed. So as Planning Commission is very aware, you had a meeting last night to review the revised housing element and move that forward to the City Council to be reviewed next week on the 4th, on Tuesday. The council will review the revised housing element next Tuesday. And if adopted, then we will send that to the state and for hopefully a letter of substantial compliance. And then our housing element, we can get working on the programs from there on. And then the other elements, we are anticipating bringing those to the Planning Commission in a few months here in June, and then right after to the council for your review. And the next slide, I think, is just the question and answer. So that concludes the presentation. We're available for questions.
Fantastic. Thank you again for your presentation. We'll go to the planning commissioners first. We'll go to Chair Moriarty.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, this is a big deal, and we are, as a planning commission, very happy to have received the revised housing element from Michael Baker International and from our staff and all the work that they've done. When you see it, you're going to see lots of red lines and red text and lots of changes, but a lot of really, really good stuff. Addressing racial integration, addressing homelessness, addressing a lot of things that were missing. However, that said, the housing element is very strong. We believe it's very strong, and we're recommending that the City Council adopt it for that years 2023 to 2031. So yeah, good luck looking at that next week, right? It goes to you. Anyway, so thank you for that. I just had one question, and I think I just got a little bit lost within. I have the revised housing element here and the numbers of the programs are different.
Did try to update them. So the SB 9 program slid right in, I think, number 5. So that updated the rest of them. So some of the numbers might have not been updated from that revision that was just published last Friday.
Yeah. So my question is that that'll all be taken care of before it goes to the council, or is this the exact document that we looked at going to council?
The slides or the actual document?
The actual document.
Oh, the actual document. The actual document, if there's areas in there where we didn't make that change, if you see them, I'm happy to make those changes just as clear.
Okay, yeah, well, it was a little bit confusing because within the old slide deck and that in here. So
I tried to update these slides so that they were the accurate program numbers.
Just so they're everything matches.
And that the revised housing amendment should have accurate. Those should have been updated as well. If there, you see an errant old program 10 instead of program 11.
Okay. All right. I will just do a quick check with that if I see that slide, but we don't have that slide.
We'll get that online tomorrow.
Perfect. Okay. Anyway, that's the only thing that I had. We're gonna kick it back to y'all and think you'll enjoy it. So
All right.
anyway,
Thank you,
Thanks.
Chair Moriarty. Vice Chair Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. I guess the question I have is going to be related to community engagement. So and I'm grateful to all of our peers in the room, city staff, our leadership there at City Council, there's a lot of work that all of us have done collectively in terms of making sure that we have new housing stock come online for apartments for people maybe aren't ready to buy, but need a place to live. And that would be the old Kmart, right? And then as we look at the old doctor's hospital, we now have new housing coming in that hopefully the price points will be at a point where new families can move into the neighborhood. But also as part of that, we're bringing the senior housing online on San Pablo Avenue. So I guess in a perfect world, if we have these cycles of maybe our elderly parents are tired of living in their home and they want to move to a place where they no longer manage the roof and the garden and all that stuff. I think we've got enough of the components so that people within the community can still remain in the community and move around in the community in a perfect world. So it goes back to the educational component of this. Have we or are we working on a program to educate the community as to these are the different housing stock options that we're bringing online? So that way, if we are proactive with said material, if it exists or is going to exist, that we maybe we, you know, there are some seniors that say, yeah, maybe I don't want to live in this big house anymore. Maybe it's time for me to move over to the senior housing on San Pablo. Are we working on trying to create that type of material to educate the community that we now have these different housing stock options available in the community for us? That would be my question.
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's not currently a part of the outreach and education program, the housing element, but I can definitely see that being a component of just the website that we set up is, you know, recently approved developments in the city and where they're located, and maybe some other resources such as, you know, for the Vista Woods project, they have a website right now where they're collecting names of folks that want to live at that website. So maybe we can cross promote that way.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Raylan. That's all that I had, Mayor Murphy. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Menace.
Thank you. So I guess I want to start by reiterating Chair Moriarty's comments. It seemed like the presentation that was given tonight was a good presentation, but I don't think it matched up with either the presentation that's currently on the city's website or the packet we've got here. So just want to double check. You said that was going to be updated tomorrow?
We'll add those slides tomorrow. I can also email them to the Planning Commission and City Council tonight.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check on that because a lot of the information was the same, but sometimes there were entirely new slides, like the whole SB9 slide. So that was interesting.
Just for a little bit of background, I did prepare the slides prior to our revised housing element going out on Friday too. So that's why I had to go back and do some updates.
Oh, I see. So as I'm sure this is the city attorney Bog and Manager Hanham are aware, I expressed detailed questions and concerns with regards to the housing element yesterday. So I'll spare all of you from a reiteration of that whole process. If you're interested, it's all recorded. And I'm going to be submitting several of my questions in writing that I wasn't able to get to during that meeting. But there are some questions related to this presentation in particular that I'd like to go over. Let's see. With regards to the housing production program highlights ADU production program 4, I noted that the fee waivers for affordable ADUs you mentioned was that potentially reducing the affordability time period to as low as 5 to 15 years, depending on the exact level of affordability. And I'm concerned about the net benefit to the city and to the community of having affordability covenants that are that short in duration, because 5 years isn't a very long time. Even if we're talking about a relatively minor construction like an ADU, it's still 5 years ago was what, 2018? So not that long. compared to, you know, the 55-year standard covenant. That one makes sense to me because, you know, after 55 years, you might need to replace the building entirely. But after 5 years, if you built the ADU with any quality at all, I don't see why you need to be replacing it on that short a time frame.
I could maybe clarify that particular issue. So the current municipal code offers development impact fee waivers for the ADUs that are above 750 square feet. ADUs above 750 square feet, we can charge proportionally the development impact fees. The municipal code says we will give you a waiver of those development impact fees if you deed restrict your ADU for 55 years for as an affordable unit. We have not seen anyone take advantage of those fee waivers, and there's no requirement there's actually, we can't require that the ADU be deed restricted. So all the ADUs we approve, there's no affordability covenants on them. We were trying to think of a way to encourage folks to deed restrict their ADUs, even for a short period of time, in exchange for the development impact fees that they would pay for that ADU, which in the terms of a 55-year covenant, I could see why people don't want to take advantage of that. Development impact fees are in the $20,000 range, but for something where it's deed restricted to 5 to 15 years, depending on the level of affordability, there might be someone who's interested in that, and then the city gets in return a deed restricted unit for a period of time.
I guess I feel some unease as somebody who frankly is within the extremely low income population with regards to Pinole myself, with an affordability constraint of 5 years duration not being that long. Frankly, I would suggest perhaps 10 years at a minimum would allow for greater housing stability and guarantees against displacement, which is mentioned elsewhere in the element as a priority the city's pursuing. Let's see. I had some questions about the program numbering, but you answered that in response to Chair Moriarty's point. With regards to program number 11, I think it is the senior housing incentives, reduced parking for senior developments based on fractional units. Would there be any impact to treating senior developments as fractional units other than for parking requirements? Would treating as a fractional unit say mean that the city would need to develop more housing to meet the arena requirements or other such things, or would it just apply for parking?
No, it would be for parking.
Okay. And then let's see. In tonight's presentation, I think there was a slide in the printed out version that didn't make it to the slideshow on program 19, going over fair housing resources or services, though it might just have been in a different style. So I mislinked that, but I want to note that it's a possible issue.
That's page 86 of 192 of the agenda packet, Commissioner. If you're looking, if you're looking online, I guess.
There was one program with the addition of the SB9 program, the new program in the housing element, and the focus of this presentation on expediting and streamlining housing. I switched out the highlights of the programs.
And just to clarify, it's page 86 of 92, not 82 of 92. It's 86 of 92 for program 19, if that's what you're referring to.
Okay, I wasn't sure what the page number was because the printed out packet that I have here doesn't have page numbers that I can see. It's just got, pages, and I'm trying to keep them paginated, but gotcha. Yeah. Let's see, do I have any other questions? And I just mentioned that because I felt like that was a good slide, so it would be worth, adding back into the updates that are being made, I think. No, I believe that's all my questions and comments on the presentation for this evening.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Banuelos?
Yeah, I wanted to first thank you for this very comprehensive presentation. My head's kind of spinning a little bit from all this stuff, but it's not the first time, so. I only had one question. You had mentioned in here, and this is kind of a permitting thing, which is something I pay attention to. You were talking about an electronic permitting system. That's not going to be a cell, is it?
No, it is not.
Oh, good. That's possibly like by far, we do have all kinds of little programs and things in our lives, whether it's a Google thing. Or Acela is like by far the worst thing that's ever come out. Every time I have to deal with the county, I have to call them to find out how to do it because their instructions are awful. Oakland has an RFP out to rewrite the instructions because the company didn't write them right. The city of Santa Clara a year ago said they were going to drop it all together and find something else. So I'm curious to see what you guys get. Because if it's good, boy, I'm going to be on those people like, white on rice, making sure they switch out. So I'm really curious to see what you guys end up with.
I mean, I could share that it's Central Square Technologies. It's a track it system. It's their upgraded community development software permitting system.
I've heard the track
Yep,
it system.
track it. Yeah. So actually Pinole was an early adopter of permitting systems. We got ours in 1999. And so we have a permitting system in the city. It's antiquated, it's old, and it's not supported. So we're very excited about this change that we're going live in June. So we're very, very close to going live here. It'll have this online component where folks can apply 24/7 from the comfort of their homes.
I remember a long time ago, it was really old here. So it's probably going to be like night and day for you all. So as long as the directions are good and you all know how to use it and you find someone to help you with the IT side of it. So, but that's all I really had was I was curious about that because everyone seems to, I guess the Acela people went and did their dog and pony show all over the Bay Area and everybody fell into it and it's a mess. So I'm glad that you guys found that. And I do remember that. So that's good that you guys did that. So I'm sure that'll be great. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Curran.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. She mentioned about the problems with the county system. I ended up mailing my property tax and today because of the frustration of using the website.
Oh, yeah.
I just have a couple of observations and comments is that I didn't realize that this is the sixth housing element that the city and state are doing. And I just came to the realization that I, along with Councilmember Thomas and Commissioner Banuelos, is that we've actually done half of the housing elements for this city already, And the other comment I have is that, when Frankie mentioned about how the projects are kind of like complementing each other as far as going through the age, I didn't really realize. I kind of you're absolutely right. They kind of like mesh, you have the Kmart project where it's where it's apartments and affordable. And then you have the doctor's hospital one where, people can get entry level housing. And then of course, at the end of life where they can move into the senior housing. I never really realized how that meshed together, but it's really complete. And one of the comments I have is about, you mentioned about affordable housing, unfortunately, affordable housing has a stigma. There are some cities like, in La Miranda area that fight affordable housing because they just associate with crime. And we actually had comments about that with the Kmart project where some of the public was saying, oh gosh, it's just going to make it convenient for the crooks to go rob the stores. We actually had comments like that. And I don't know if we had them to the meeting, but I saw them kind of like next door or stuff like that. And, people have to realize that when you talk about affordable housing, you're talking about where can your sons and daughters live when they become adults and still remain in the community. It also means like where can the people working in the community who are the clerks, the teachers, whatever, how can they live in the community? And of course, the elderly too. So I think I think Frankie, you're absolutely right that we have a public relations job to do to convince the public that we really need affordable housing, you know, that it's not really going to create crime, you know. It's actually a very positive thing. So I think that, you know, I'm glad you pointed that out. And my last comment is that for the last 3 years, we've been having meetings at home. I've not really had a chance to meet the new people that are in the staff. I mean, of course, only Alex and David, but I am very impressed by the staff of this city. I'm also very impressed by the city council because the work you have done, I have been associated with planning for 33 years, you know, and I've seen many, as I mentioned in this, you know, the planning commission meetings, I have seen many different general plans and housing elements, and the work that's being done by not only the staff and by Michael Baker Associates, I am very impressed by it, that it's a lot of great work, and I just want to give you my kudos on a job well done, both to the city and to the city council. It's just, you know, I'm kind of blown away by, you know, just how detailed and everything is. So I just say thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
But that was great. Final words. No, I have to go to council still. I'm sorry. That was wonderful, Commissioner. Thank you again for those words. We do have to go to council as well. So of course, I'll just start with our counselor, with the end, Counselor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Both on the planning commission and on council, we often hear about the Pinole community. And in particular with the different housing elements, the one that focuses on the disadvantaged communities or vulnerable communities, it is one that grabs my attention because I know that there are different communities within Pinole. So what it seems to me from the slide that I'm seeing on my phone, which is the older slide set, I'm not sure whether we had something comparable on the screen earlier, but I'm wondering to help clarify to the public this comment, the perception that that crime is associated with poverty. May or may not hold true, but there definitely are disadvantages if members of our community are experiencing displacement, unemployment, lower levels of education, and everything that typically is associated with movement from a certain socioeconomic level to the next range, even as when we talk about median income, we know that that's the midpoint. And 50% of people will make under that, and 50% of people will be over that. So the question here, if we can help us understand, and it seems to me from the verbiage on the slide that I'm looking at, that there is still going to be work to identify what objectives the city will have to even have an outreach program to address the needs of a disadvantaged community. But now or today, do we know whether those communities are dispersed through Pinole, or whether they are in a particular area, geographic area of Pinole? My recollection from the consultant's work is that we're talking about primarily the west side of town, bordering the unincorporated area or San Pablo. Are there other areas where there is a higher than average, if you will, proportion of people who are experiencing high levels of unemployment and or displacement? And do we know that?
Thanks, Alex. Basically, what they found is that it's the city is, there are certain areas that are, facing those things. However, it's all throughout the community. It's not just one little spot or one, it's not centralized. Just in one area. I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I mean, we have the numbers as part of the plan, but it is, most of it is on the western side, however, but it is through town as well. The numbers are fairly close of where they're at. But I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I don't want to state, I just don't have those in front of me, but they did identify which areas they're there. I just don't have those numbers in front of me. Answer your question, or if I mixed you up a little bit, but the concentration is then I would need to look at the element, because there was some wording that needed to be kind of changed around or needed to be looked at, and so but I don't have the numbers because they did identify those areas in the numbers. I just have to look at them. I don't have.
When you get your packet for the next city council, the updated housing element, that's one of the new changes. There's a bigger discussion about that issue. So there's a detailed answer to your question in that housing element.
Okay, so I will look forward to those, to that information, because perhaps even as recent as 5 years ago, there have been discussions about how Pinole does not necessarily qualify as a city to receive state funding that is focused on addressing disadvantaged communities. And if those numbers have changed, then that puts us in a position to indeed apply for the funding that is specifically has that criterion. Not quite?
No, I think I know what you're talking about, but I think the metrics that are used for that funding is different than the metrics that we looked at in the housing element. So I've looked recently at opportunity areas for disadvantaged communities, and Pinole does not fall into that.
Director Whalen, just to be clear, the reference I think was around the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency determining a piece of Pinole, which appeared to be on the east side of Pinole, the west side of Pinole, near the unincorporated area. Can you give detail around that piece? I think that's the metric we were thinking about at some point.
Sure. So that's that's near the Del Monte center side of the city. And I believe there's a small portion of a census tract that met the criteria in the EPA's qualifications. Slightly met.
Thank you.
However, those qualifications or criteria do not quite mesh with the larger distribution that we are beginning to, distribution of people that may fall into a disadvantaged category measured differently.
Correct.
And who are dispersed in Pinole.
Correct. I think the metrics for funding and the term disadvantaged community as it relates to other funding sources is a different metric. And so if there's a particular funding source that you're thinking of, we can take a look and see. I've looked at it recently in the context of opportunity zones, and Pinole did not qualify as a disadvantaged community for an opportunity zone, which would provide tax incentives for development.
Okay, so I am reminding myself that we are in the context of housing and land use in that kind of broad category. I am not thinking about a particular funding source, but I am thinking about this updated piece of information where if we have communities dispersed, individual families dispersed throughout town for whom we could provide services, then we need to somehow measure that with what funding opportunities there may be that do use criteria that we would, or that we would have data about. Yeah, that's it. It's a different set of circumstances than that I, for one, knew existed as of 5 years ago. The circumstance being dispersed persons. And so, and even saying that, I am wondering the basis for that characterization.
Councilor Martinez Rubin, is that a question or did you conclude your comments on that piece?
I concluded my comments and hopefully left everyone to think about this a little more. Thank you.
Yep. And again, we have Tuesday's council meeting as a follow-up for that conversation. So thank you for bringing up those points. Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
Sure, I didn't have any questions, but I wanted to thank staff and our consultant for a heavy lift in getting us this far, and also recognize the Planning Commission for all of your work in getting us this far. Hopefully, this will be the last cycle that we have to deal with adoption issues, and that the next iteration of sending it to HCD is successful and they come back with positivity. So again, thank you. Great job.
Thank you. Councilor Sasai?
No questions for me, but thank you to staff for all your presentations tonight. Thank you to the Planning Commission for all your hard work with the housing element. I'm very looking forward to looking more into that next Tuesday. Not being sarcastic. And then finally, want to applaud Commissioner Kern's comments regarding education for the public when it comes to affordable housing. And just from firsthand experience talking to the public about this issue, when you mention the term affordable housing, there is still a stigma attached to it. But when you explain to them more that is really housing, not just for extremely low income and low income households and those different categories, it's also housing for teachers, it's housing for firefighters, police officers, for folks who are in construction, and also it's housing for people who are newly graduated like myself, who look at home ownership and then think, no way in hell am I gonna reach that in the near future. So the responsibility is our cities to do that education for the public, not anyone else's. So definitely something for staff to think about and council to think about as well. Thank you.
Great. Well, I also want to, adhere to what everyone's words were, which is a big thank you to staff. Thank you, Director Whalen. Thank you, City Attorney Mogg. Thank you, Planning Manager Hannum. Also, City Manager Murray. I know this meeting you've been in a small box there, but we do see you. But truly, thank you. I mean, when we gave this idea, we hadn't seen a joint planning and city council meeting in a while. There was so much to think about and so much to talk about and so much as perhaps even continuation of this conversation tonight to still map out. But you all really mapped out, I think, 4 reports this evening that put us to more work, put yourselves to more work. But you really came to the task of allowing us and the public to understand what is happening right now in Pinole. I want to commend you and thank you for your clarity, for answering these questions, for also acknowledging that some of these questions we don't have the answers to, and that we're working on these things together. And I think that is the point of this. So I also want to thank the City Council and the Planning Commission for your patience and your grace in this process. Chair Moriarty for asking questions around our agenda and how we set that together. And just all of the journey that you do with the city is truly commendable. And I want to take an opportunity to thank you for your leadership. We joined the Planning Commission together. And we are still here. How are we? I don't know. But I think it's love and it's resiliency and its commitment to the city and bettering the lives of the people of the city. And I joke around, but I know in sincere words that that's why we do what we do. So I just want to thank you all for, again, being a part of this process. I spoke at the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce State of the Cities last week about many of the mayors spoke and we spoke, some folks spoke about the data, and folks know that I'm really intrigued with how our data not drives our work, but really informs our work. But more importantly, I spoke to the partnership that is really here in our work and how important that depthness of partnership is. With partnerships come vision, right? And I always say that no plan has potential without the right people. And that's really important in the next 10 to 20 years and beyond in Pinole. We know and we are still learning, the depthness of where we come from. And in that depthness, we understand better around the partnerships we need to create and the opportunities in that partnership that we need to create. The last couple of years have been challenging for everybody in this room, those who are not in this room, those who are watching, from, of course, a pandemic that has, made a huge impact in people's lives. Some people lost lives. To the creation of so many projects that we learned about tonight, right? The development and the ideation that came from those came, 5 years ago, and now people are starting to build. But also our city has changed. Our council is one of the most diverse councils in the city council's history. We have city staff members who are absolutely tremendous and have joined us in the last couple of years. We have a community development department, which is showing us every day the value of putting different pieces together to create a holistic community, a comprehensive community, a cohesive community, a community rooted in difference as an opportunity for greatness. And I think that tonight I am reminded of the really important question, which is, how might we create a better community? It's going to take a lot of work. And I think we all acknowledge that. And we have such an amazing city staff dedicated to doing that. But it also takes some of us, right? And it takes partnership. It takes the ordinance updating, the courage and the political will to make these things happen. The public engagement, the public is never going to let down on engaging with us, and we should not let them down in engaging them. Participatory budgeting and acknowledging the constraints that we have, but also the opportunities that are to come. And then, of course, the volunteerism, which planning commissioners, we thank you so much for all you do, but also the public members who make public comment every day, who send emails, who ask questions. That volunteerism is critical to this work. We have to think and creatively think about how we can create a better community in our economy in Pinole. And that's a tough feat. And I would just want to, again, thank everybody who's in this room, the folks who are watching and the folks who are not watching, who will watch this one day or at least be a part of this conversation, because it does take a real depthness of courage to be able to push our city forward, particularly in the midst of difference, particularly in the midst of how we may break stigmas around certain terms or words or learn new things. Commissioner Current, you spoke so much to the pride I have in our city right now, and knowing that even as a council, as a mayor, I don't have all the answers. What I like to always say is I like to put people in the room who are smarter than me and have the answers, or at least are willing to say they don't, to find out the answers. But I want to say that in this partnership, let's continue to work together. The next time we have a joint planning commission and city council meeting, it may be a different composition. It likely will, at least for the planning commission. But this is our opportunity to also grow and think about the leaders of tomorrow who we can bring into this conversation. In this next year, we'll see a number of different initiatives coming from the council and the city. We'll see a number of different initiatives coming from different agencies. When I think about affordable housing, there was news today around an affordable housing bond in 9 counties in the Bay Area, where $20 to $30 million could be funded if that's on the ballot. There's also been discussion of reducing the threshold for local affordable bonds in the state of California. And so these are, again, new ideas. Are they the right ideas? We don't know yet, right? But we know that they're helping us to move conversations forward. I mention that because it's now time for us to move our city forward. And so over the next couple of months, I know that we'll all be dealing with adoption of housing elements. We'll deal with conversations around investment policies, the capital improvement program. Don't let this be the last time we think and coordinate together. Don't let this be the last time you talk to another council member or even propose to the mayor or another city council member to have a joint meeting. This is our opportunity for greatness. And this is our opportunity to address even the deepest issues we have in our city. And I'm so glad to be in partnership with everyone at the dais. And again, everyone who's watching, the folks, at home in different cities. And I think we are truly one of a kind of a city in the Bay Area. And that should never be underestimated. We are truly a very, very strong city. And I'm so proud to represent the city as mayor. So again, thank you so much to our tremendous staff. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for staying up long nights. Thank you for answering all of our questions. Thank you for your humility when we are pointing out details that are very small, but very important in the grand scheme of things. And again, just looking forward to more and to growing and scaling this work together. So thanks again. With that being said, that's our last agenda item. And I wanted to go to our public comment on this item because we may have some public comments here. And I'll ask our Deputy City Clerk Stone if we have any public comments.
No, Mayor, we do not have any public comments.
All right. Then we will close out that last item. And I do want to open up for public comment one more time for the first session, just in case folks have items that are not on the agenda. Were there any other public comments for items not on the agenda tonight?
No.
Well, in that case, that means that we are here to wrap up. Thank you all for Commissioner Current, only for you.
Thank you. I forgot that City Manager Murray was there, but as long as I was giving everybody kudos, I also want to thank the way the Public Works Department worked during the storms. Sanjay was very responsive to some problems we had. He even responded to my wife's email at 10:30 on Sunday night about something. And I think, and he also, I forget, somebody who was working for him came over to us to look at our hill. I just think that I just want you to know that the whole staff, Public Works included, is just doing an outstanding job. And I'm very proud of that. And proud of you too, Kevin. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Current. Well, thank you all again for attending this evening. Thank you for your leadership. And we are now ready to adjourn. I adjourn to the regular City Council meeting on April 4th in remembrance of Amber Swartz. Thank you and good night.